right now. This is it. You guys with me, right?
I'd like a Joker video, you know? I'm a man of my word.
And this is for you, Cyber. Let's see. Camera's not big enough, buddy. I'll need an upgrade.
Hey, what up, Angel?
Yeah,
Still technically setting up, putting my earbuds in. I'm about to actually launch the game. How you doing? That MK trailer though, that shit looks so cool. I've been geeking all day.
here for you, okay?
Also, it's Miller time.
Alright?
Happy birthday to you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't tell anybody, so when I do get the happy birthdays, I'm like, you remembered.
The guy was perfect, okay?
For the most part, it's just another Thursday.
Shoulder to cry on.
But, you know.
Mine's always open.
It's really my excuse to call out of work. I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end, and then I'll go ahead and start the game. Oh, this clip. I should get rid of this one. This is back when I was being a slut for the biddies.
Give me money, I'll take my shirt off.
I don't think I can hear these clips, to be honest. Can you guys hear it? Yeah, you can hear it.
I did. You did. You did.
Of course I would remember. Oh, you. Thank you. I can hear. Okay, cool. So that means the audio is working. On my end, at least. Was it like 3 months into streaming? Didn't take long. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to finish, and then I'll get started.
Alright, my shirt's off. I didn't hear any of that. I was too busy fucking stripping for you guys.
How you doing? How's your night going? If you're not in ads yet.
It does create even more
Honestly?
backtracking. You can come for the price of $6.99.
Yeah, it's even. They're gonna go. I'll fucking start.
Why can't I come in?
Don't you lie to me, Twitch.
Round for the clock this week broke it to stop ticking off together.
Oh yeah, I like this one too.
LMAO. I mean, look at me.
I guess I could just get started since I'm being gaslit by Twitch.
I dipped my toe in.
Hint.
And I could dip something.
Evil.
Else.
Hey, what up, Jay? It's been about amazing. About to hop on 7 Days to Die with the homies, but you'll be on my second screen. Well, thank you.
This is for you.
I appreciate the lurk. I hope you have fun with your friends. What up, Jay? How you doing?
For you.
What is the line? Welcome to Papa Meat. How you doing? How you doing? I fucking love that dude. I'm good. Good. Oh, there we go. There I am. My fucking weird ass hair. Ah, bloody. How you doing, buddy? Bloody. What it do, Jigaboo? Keep loading. Have to press A or something? Wait, why can't I see the game? It'd be really helpful. Tab? Oh, I saw an eye. Come on, game. There it is. Bloody bastard. Fuck you, Joey. Fuck you, bloody. Fuck you, bloody. Bloody fuck you. Fuck you for that goddamn picture. I hate that picture so much. Burn it. Burn it and erase all shreds of evidence. How you doing tonight? Are you streaming tonight? You bloody bastard. You're going to Christian's tomorrow, right? I'm probably gonna go. I'll bring Mjolnir if you go. Maybe. Oh, maybe tomorrow or maybe stream. I'm just throwing questions at you, rapid fire. And maybe going to Cole's. Oh yeah, he has like 2 names. What do I call this guy? Is his name Cole or is his name Christian? Holston. Chris Scholl. I don't know. Emergent. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. Both? Yeah, it's like a Kakarot Goku situation. Oh wait, wasn't in a boss fight? I think I remember the last thing I did was dying, and I was just like, I'll call it here. I forget. But yeah, I'll be there, and I'll bring Mjolnir. Previously on Resident Evil.
Where have I been taken?
Cheers, bitches.
Who are you?
I am the overseer.
Please send help.
I'm here, baby.
Jay, it finally happened. I turned 35. I'm past expiration now.
How do you know? That's one thing they left out of the brief.
Ooh woo.
Your daughter's name is Moira?
Old as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Time to
She's
wrap it up. Let's.
What?
Yeah, old as fuck, Joey. Is it supposed to be like this? But yeah, that was good news about Dread today. I hope it's time to put Joey away in the top shelf. You can just throw me in the trash, that's fine. But yeah, that Dread news. I hope it's still a Carl Urban joint, you know? Because that's hashtag that's my Dread. I don't want another Dread. I want another one. Oh fuck, I was dying here. Oh, damn it. Alright. Wait, are these outfits? Yeah. Hey, a Coral! Hey, what up, you boy? Not good news about Dread. Horrible choice of director. Going to be goofy and silly. We'll see. I mean, just because he's made comedies doesn't mean it's gonna be a comedy, you know? We'll see. He knows action, and I think he knows when to be serious.
Shit. Don't get into the
It's like when Francis Coppola, whatever his name is, made Jack. You know what I mean? That's nothing like Godfather. Ah, better get him, bitch! I said get him. Even when he made a World War II movie, it was goofy and silly. But that movie was a comedy. That movie was intended to be a comedy. That was also a really good movie. That was just a good ass movie. Fuck. See, that's what happens when you take your sweet ass time, Claire. Oh, wait. These bitches don't dodge. Ah, Claire! Okay. Oh shit, I'm bleeding. Are you okay? Okay.
Are you okay, Claire?
Ah, sorry. I remember struggling in this part, so I'm not gonna be as talkative. No, Jay has some hot takes over there. It's gonna suck dick, but Joey will like it. I mean, as I've said before, I mean, nothing has to be good to be entertaining. And even then, I got some guilty pleasures. Mr. Con Air is a top 5 action movie. Got him. All right, Claire, you good?
Claire.
I was not first, but I was first to tell you happy birthday at midnight. Yes, you did. Con Air is not a guilty pleasure. It's legit great. Nothing ironic about my enjoyment.
Thanks for that.
I just wanted to trigger you a little bit. Even though it's not on brand, that movie got like mid reviews. I'm surprised you liked it as much. Because you have to be told what to like usually. Let's see, can I use this? Lurk. All right, thank you for the lurk, buddy. You're saying Con Air is a top 5 action movie? Like it's a joke. No, I like it too. I'm just talking shit. Die Hard 1, Matrix, Fury Road, and Con Air. Oh, that's number 4. Nice. I'm really scared. This fucking boss sucks. Also, I'm not even sure if I'm finding it right. Hold on, let me close my window. There's like a loud ass. Is that a cicada already? It's like raining today. Be right back. 1 second. it's not a cicada. It's my neighbor's loud ass air conditioner unit thing. But hi, my cute BB. I'll be looking for a bit. Thank you for the lurk. Everybody's leaving me. The Raid is a good action movie. The Raid is amazing. Die Hard. Yeah, dude, The Raid is in my top 5 for sure. The Raid is very good. Yeah, The Raid is damn good. I like that movie a lot. Also, I'm a little scared. this boss is hard. I should have Googled how to beat him before I went before I went live. I beat this before, and this is not normal. I quit being a little bitch. Alright, can I kill this guy first? Hold on, let me lure this motherfucker over here. Hey! I know you're over there. Oh, fuck. Can I even blind this guy? I don't think I can.
Look out! This one's different.
The Raid, isn't that the one where you were talking about? We were watching a movie? Yeah, that's the one. Because the dude that plays Sub-Zero is in there. He's like 3rd lead, I think. 4th? He's up there. I wish The Raid had a goofy English dub. No, that's a pretty good English dub, actually. Taika Waititi should direct a remake of The Raid so we can have Marvel quips ruin the moment every time anything gets suspenseful or interesting.
I can see that.
I mean, we just have to wait and see. I would rather it wasn't like a comedy, but I mean, people direct things out of their genre all the time. Damn. Okay, I'm doing... Ah, fuck. I just fucking started. Leave me alone. These motherfuckers. Ah, my God. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh, shit. Oh, dude, that was fucked. Count me in. Remember when I guy used the door as a weapon in the Raid? Yeah, that was pretty dope. Sorry, dude. I feel like, yo, boy, like, I love you, but I have to decipher your messages. You're using that speech to text, right? Or speech to text, yeah.
Shh. There's something down there. Oh, shit. Don't listen to the kids. Okay.
Do I still have any of those like lures? Let me see. If I die again, actually, here, let me stay over here. Are they onto me yet? Combined with exploding bottle. Oh boy. Okay. Claire. Okay. Fuck yeah. There. Got him. Okay. All right, we're gonna stay over here. I'm gonna make shit. Hey, what up, Paul? How you doing? All right, let me make some explodey shit if I can. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Is today your birthday? Who told you? Yeah, it's my birthday. I'm gross. I'm 35 now. Time to wrap it up. Time to... Never mind. How you doing? Is today your birthday? Chef's kiss age. 35. No wonder you're wearing glasses. You know what's funny? I've been wearing glasses since 4th grade. I've been an old man since then. That's why I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you, you boy. I'm scared. This boss fight's hard. All right. Oh, wait. Actually, how do I... Firebomb? Okay, I'm gonna do this one first. Bitch!
I can see that.
Oh shit! Oh shit, this fat fuck's got moves! What the fuck? I wasn't even that close! Oh shit! Ah! No, I'm gonna die.
Are you okay?
Moira, move, you dumb bitch! The fuck? Getting hit by fluids will blind you. Man, hold on. The man can't make me wear glasses. How come you're not streaming? Hey, Shat, have you heard of the Swords and Sandals 2? I've never heard of Swords and Sandals 1. Anyway, how's your night going, Paul? I can't fucking see, game! Fuck you! Oh my god! I can hear he's right behind me! Oh, dude, that's fucked. I feel like that little black kid meme, he gets like mad at the table. Like crying. Alright, combine. Explodey. Boom. Going okay. We're still playing some games, but I think Dry died or something. Yeah, what's up with that? I keep seeing him leaving chat when I get back in. But apparently he was at urgent care. I hope he's okay, man. Have you heard any updates from him? Bunch of fake gamers. I was trying to explain to Jay about it. You didn't know what it was. I've never heard of this. Yeah, I hope Dry's okay. Nah, he just said he was going to urgent care, then bounced. It was just allergies. Well, still, I hope he feels better. Honestly, not cool of him to make me grind out gear by myself. I would power through it. Yeah, what a dick. Tell him, just take some Benadryl. And get some Kleenex.
There's something down there.
Damn it, game. Alright. We're gonna do this the right way. Why does Claire have to be the one to jump down? Does this game have scaling difficulty too? Like if I fucking suck at it for a few lives, it'll just be like, alright, this idiot can't play. Make it easy. That'd be really nice. I told him bend and drill. Is that the same thing? I think it is. Has he tried not being allergic? Yeah, imagine having allergies. Couldn't be me. Ah! Okay. This one. Alright, and then... Claire? Okay. Actually. Ooh, fuck. Woo. Please die. Fucking fuck. Joey has a look about him. If I saw him on the street, I would think that motherfucker has allergies. Is it the glasses? So I'll have you know, I do get allergies, but not that bad. All right, Claire, we need to regroup here and think. You got the fake Jays. Second energy about you. Does this energy also let you know that I've been watching a lot of Stargate lately? Did it say I have a dope retro video game collection? Also in the energy? Or like a bike stealing energy? Very nice. Can't put it past Jay! But he's right. Okay, I was wondering how accurate this would be. Oh, pretty fucking accurate. Ah! Ah! Okay, got him. Oh boy. Thank you. Thank you. That was actually perfect.
Look out!
I'm so scared. No! Fuck, I missed. Is he nearby? No. I'll use all my ammo on you, motherfucker. Stay over there. Ah! Eat my clit. Fuck you. This doesn't concern you. Leave my sidekick alone, motherfucker. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh shit, he's shooting twice. That's not fair. Oh god, did I do it? No. Fuck. Ah, shit. This is stressing me the fuck out right now. Hey, yo! Got it. Alright. Turns out I just had to quit being a little bitch and just unload on the motherfucker. Oh shit! Claire? She be lagging on that sometimes. It scares me. All right, let's see. Oh, there's more. Lock your door when he walks by your car energy. Yeah, Stargate energy, retro game, and allergies are all the same energy. Good to know. Joey is a nerd. Paul typed out. Wait, Joey is a nerd. Paul typed out from a custom keyboard on his Linux computer. Speaking of Linux, when I installed Hyperland, what's Hyperland? I used a preset config program called Hyper-V. Now I want to remove all the Hyper-V stuff, but I don't know how. I don't know what's safe to remove. Should have stuck with Windows. No, I'm just kidding. No, I know you hate Microsoft, which is fair. Oh man.
I think we're clear.
Right on, brother.
Let's go get the girl.
God damn it. Is this what I think it is? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, dude, that's fucking sick. Wait, is Bloody still here? I wrote a custom hyperlink config from scratch that works. I can send it to you. Nerds. Oh, yeah, she doesn't have a gun, but she do.
Got the girl.
Oh, yeah, fucking... Natalia, get the fuck over here. She leave?
Safe now. Can you find your way over?
Actually felt good. My neck popped. Because I'm so old. Did I open any of these? These are drawers, but no, I guess not. I need more ammo. We're wanting to play 5 minutes. That fat piece of shit was talking.
I can fit through that hole.
That's my line. Fuck yes. Hey Jay, how does this Claire compare to Code Veronica? Because Code Veronica is that's your pick of Claire, right? That's your definitive Claire. This is nice 30-something-year-old Claire. Very derpy face, but nice ass. She do get a nice ass. She looks fine. Man, I want to know what Jay thinks like a 10 out of 10 is. Yeah, CV is best Claire. That is a very good Claire. I also like that outfit. I think that's like my favorite Claire outfit next to this one now. Actually, the Revelations 2 Claire is also a really good outfit. Like the default one, when I'm not trying to perv out. How do I send this bitch in there? Prime Scarlett Johansson is a 10. Dude, you know what my Prime Scarlett Johansson is? It might be the same one. That fucking magazine cover with the green shorts, right? Prime Jennifer Aniston.
Wow. What's
I think Prime Jennifer Aniston is from Horrible Bosses. You want to see a 10? Watch the streamer I know called the Bloody Kotex. Yeah, that's damn near an 11. She unlocked it? Oh, she did. Thanks, bitch.
That's a really cute bear.
Don't move.
Friend?
Don't move.
Lottie's a shit. Nice man gave her to me.
What nice.
It's like The Wire.
The terrorist.
You want to see a 10? Watch. Oh, his masculine energy is so strong. I got pregnant just watching. Same. I'm on like my 4th abortion right now, just watching his streams. And then, dude, he was playing not Rainbow Six. I was like, sploosh. Oh yeah. Oh fuck! I should go back in there if I can. I wasn't looting with this bitch. Can I? Can I? Fuck. I kind of forgot that I need to shine everything. My flashlight. Expedition 33. More like Paul comes through 3 times. Am I right? Right? Man, you just gotta stay hydrated when you're in a bloody stream. You know what I'm saying? And wear a raincoat. Man, are there towns that still use wells? I'm just curious. Oh, I can go back in. All right, I just want to do one last little look-see. Make sure I'm not missing anything. The sparklies, you know what I'm saying? I don't think I was, because I was too busy perving with Claire. I wasn't paying attention. Actually, might have been Moira looking around, but I don't remember. You're talking about the Loch Ness monster wanting Tree Fitty. Man, that goddamn Loch Ness monster always asking for Tree Fitty. I don't know about towns. Wells aren't common for remote homes, like off-grid shit. It just sounds very like gross. Okay, for a second I thought this bitch got her collar off again. I was like, stop doing that. But I hope everybody is having just a fucking great night. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah!
Oh shit.
Hell yeah! Oversee this, bitch!
Oh, but your thing's red.
Off this motherfucking island!
Uh-oh. Oh, that bitch. She saw trapped it.
Oh, my dear little Gregor.
Is it cheating? You left a fucking helicopter just lying around. Dick. Gabe, no. Is that CJ? No, this guy's Hispanic, I think. Asian? Oh, God. Why are you doing all that?
My escape
Get out of there. What do you expect him to do?
not this one.
The fuck? Ah. Ah. Oh, he's mutating. He's mutating. He's beginning to mutate. I want him in the Nemesis program.
A shame about your friend. But you're tougher than he is. You're not gonna snap, are you?
Claire? We lost the girl.
I lost my Gabe, okay? I've known that girl for like 2 seconds. Fuck her. shit. Cure for the afflicted. Iron figure. Or Moira figure. Damn, I got a lot of BP. Hi, Shuri. Honestly, the missing during evasion is nice because they be hitting. Crouch advantage is weird. I don't really want to work a crouch into my... you call it? Moveset? As like a defensive thing? That's weird. Increased firepower for the first shot of changing weapons. That actually is kind of dope. The crowbar, yeah. And then the effectiveness of the flashlight, that's also really fucking good. But the thing is, I'm about to play as these bitches. Barry and Natalia. I asked Carrie what kind of energy you give off. She says fun. Aw, thank you. Tell her I said hi. That means a lot. Gain BP when delivering a follow-up with the brick. Brick. Look, Carrie, I miss her and I'm obsessed with her. No, tell Carrie I'm more obsessed with her. You say Barry? Yeah, Barry's in here. I'm about to play as Barry and that little girl. Partner characters can use healing items from greater distances. Ooh. Lollipop, she just got her hair re-greened. I want to see. She has green hair? That's cool. That's a hard look to pull off, but when you do, it's cool. Like, didn't Muffin have green hair for a minute? I think she did. She had like green bangs or like the front. She's such a slay. Work. Have Claire and Barry use their weapons while AI control. This will not affect ammo reserves, but firepower will be low. Okay, that's fine. Increase the firepower when less than 10% of ammo remains. I should have... More BP. More BP is great. I don't have enough. Can I sell these? No. Yeah, that's a good one too. Increase the recovery effects of the green herb and then the time it takes. Yeah, let's do it. Getting crazy right now, kids. Charge attack. Oh, hold down to charge the physical attack power. Is that for follow-ups? Is Barry be having that fucking wombo punch? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Muffin dyed her hair green the same week as Carrie. That's why I shared Carrie's picture with permission. I didn't know you did that. Fuck, should I? Let's see. Or should I do... Alright, probably the first shot after weapon. That's kind of not bad, because I'd be changing weapons a lot. You probably should have double checked about sharing the nudes, though. I dyed my pubes green, that's why I shared my dick pic. Funny. It's funny, I can't think of a worse color. Barry set his belt to W for Wombo. A man of culture, right there. My pubes are naturally green. Nice. Decisions. Should I save? Honestly, I'll buy the charge up. That's actually kind of cool. Next. And I think this is the halfway point. I think I'm halfway done now. Mine too, but only when I'm angry.
Moira was trying to get to that tower when I was with her.
See, my hair pisses me off. See that? That little Superman curl, I fucking hate it. It's not intentional.
Take me there.
And every time I see a picture of me, I have the one. I just cut it off. But then it'll be like Hydra and two guys. I do it Lou Ferrigno style back when our heroes were real men. Here it pisses me off too. Very nice. You know, actually, I am a sucker for the Bill Bixby Lou Ferrigno Hulk. Like, it's fucking stupid, but you know, what else could you do back then? Put a man in a fucking green paint, give him like a stupid yak hair wig. Also, that dude's still the Hulk. I'm pretty sure he does the vocals for Hulk now. Like all the screaming and shit. I keep seeing he gets like credits for that. And I think he voiced the Hulk in the animated series, which was pretty damn good. I've been on like a Marvel cartoon binge. Back to the vibes, the Stargate, the glasses. It all ties back together. And yeah, he did the voice.
Crazy?
No, Moira was nice.
She does have a good heart. I bet she saw a little Polly in you. That's her sister.
He's on
Where'd you
bread.
get that bracelet?
Ow. You probably watched the 90s animated X-Men. I mean, the best X-Men we've ever gotten. Next
I'm
to
not sure anymore.
X2, X-Men United.
The Overseer? I read the debrief about her little...
You know, after everything, fuck. Because Days of Future Past was also really fucking good. I'm trying to pick my favorite X-Men movie. And yeah, oh dude, X-Men 97 also fantastic. I couldn't think of a better follow-up to the 90s series. X-Men Evolution anime series was good. I liked that one. I liked it. Shame it got canceled. Gabe's note. Ah, Gabe, my boy. To any friendlies who find this, we've been abducted against our will and forcibly taken to this island. Our names are Neil Fisher, Pedro Fernandez, Edward Thompson, and Gabriel Chavez. I don't have coordinations. Sorry, I don't have coordinates for our location, and I don't know if anyone else is here with us. There's something out there. I can't make out if it's human or animal. I can hear feral, vicious growling, at least multiple potential hostiles. We've been outfitted with these unusual devices on our wrists. We got transmission from an unknown female telling us to go to the Vosik. Not sure on the spelling. If you're a friendly who is reading this, meet us at the Vosik. Be safe, be alert. G. Chavez. When are we gonna get Danny DeVito as Wolverine? Hopefully fucking never. That's a terrible choice. I heard this and I hate it. Yes, he's short and stocky, but he'd be a terrible Wolverine. Honestly, yeah, no, I don't know. I hate it. Never. You don't want a fat 70-year-old Wolverine? No. I also don't want a fit 65-year-old Scorpion. Even though he's pretty good. He's pretty good. That dude is pretty good. But he's so old. I'll tell you right now, they choose another white guy for Wolverine. I'm out! Who's your pick for Wolverine? So anyways, I started slashing.
He was with TerraSave.
It's pretty good.
This is why I told her not to get involved.
I can't think of anybody that could replace Hugh Jackman, to be honest. Hugh Jackman's fucking 60. These goddamn senior citizens are playing our superheroes. Fucking Mahershala Ali's gonna be a senior citizen by the time he gets fucking to do anything with Blade. That pisses me off. How hard is it to make a fucking Blade movie? Just do it, god damn it.
There's some over there.
Oh shit, there is.
Find some cover. I'll pick them off before they spot us.
It's one of his footsies. I think it's the... Alright, it's his left foot. I think I can melee him. Can I? Can I? Yeah! Boom! Bitch. Honestly, Logan wasn't a perfect comic movie. Just let Wolverine be. Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. When they inevitably reboot X-Men, because the thing is when Disney bought Fox, they technically also bought the contracts that those actors are still under, which is why when we get Secret Wars, we're still getting fucking what's his face? I know him. What's his name? James Marston as Cyclops. We're getting Halle. Well, I don't think Halle Berry's in it, but we're getting Famke, whatever, as Jean. Charles Xavier. Like they're all the same actors that we've been having. I don't want, but those expire soon, I think. But anyway, when they inevitably reboot the X-Men, I actually don't want them to use Wolverine at first. Save Wolverine for like X-Men 2. What? Omaha? Thanks, man. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. I saw people kept rumoring Daniel Radcliffe for Wolverine. So here's the thing. I hate that choice too. I 100% agree. Wolverine is overdone. More like Oma nah. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I like Wolverine. I love Wolverine. It's just there's more to the X-Men than Wolverine, so I would actually like for them to hint at him, because he was a later addition. Honestly, I think the best thing they should do is what they did in the comics, where it's like the original lineup is Beast. Oh, thank you, Adi. I was about to do that. Beast, Cyclops, Jean Grey, Iceman, and Angel. Give me those 5, and that's it for the first movie. That's all you fucking get. And you can hint at other ones. You can go hog wild in 2, and then give us Wolverine later.
Oh, Jesus.
Just like when they reboot 007, I kind of want them to make it a period piece. Set that shit in the 60s.
Oh, Dark Souls 3.
That would be cool, and they'll separate it, you know? What? Ah, Jossum Sauce. I fucking love that name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was geeking out here. I can't pause and play and geek at the same time. Well, you know what I'm saying. I can't geek out and play this game at the same time. Otherwise, I die. I assume by period piece, he means starring a woman. Hopefully not. Jay, don't be gross. No, I mean, set it in the 60s. I think that would be fucking sick. Yo, hey, what up, Jossum Sauce? How you doing? Who are you? Who sent you? Are you one of Omaha's viewers? Because if so, welcome in. Oh yeah, hi everybody. Hi all you raiders. My name is Shattered Limit. I'm a variety streamer, mostly. And I'm trying to play every Resident Evil. And then what's his face? Moist Critical started it, and I'm like, God damn it, now I have to beat him. I came with Omaha, he forced me to do it. Well, I'm glad he did. Welcome to the family. What's up? Hey, what up, Asmic? Yeah, I lured him here with candy. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Was it like Hershey's Kisses or something? Skittles? If it was Skittles, God help you. Into my unmarked white van on the stream. Hey, what were you playing? How was your stream? Let's modernize it for Zoomers. I've got a license to unalive. That's funny. Elden Ring. Oh, how's that going? Oh, you know what? I knew that actually. Because I was in Jay's raid. Right? Didn't Jay raid you today? Oh shit. Oh fuck! I wasn't paying attention. Ah, they're both left foot. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! All right, cool. Uh oh. Stop walking! Ah! It goes away? Oh. Or like Smeldon Ring. The other day, Jay raided me. I showered extra the next day. I believe it. It won't work. Yeah, you gotta get all that J raid off you. Oh shit, nice. Hey, little bitch, you see anything? She's gotta find all the loot. What's over here? This is where I go. Am I going the right way by accident? Yeah, I think so, actually. That's one thing that annoys me sometimes about games, where it's like, I don't know where the wrong way is. You know what I mean? I don't want to progress. I want to find everything. But how you liking Elden Ring? Are you playing just the main campaign? Are you playing the DLC? I never played a Souls game. And then fucking Solid, because it was on sale, he bought it and he convinced me to get the worst version of Dark Souls. So I'm gonna play that shit on Switch. Child.
Damn it.
Okay, I gotta go this way anyway. Joey, I know. I kind of want to just pay him the $20 and be like, look, man, we're buying this on fucking PlayStation. I hate you. That's what I'm gonna tell him. All right, right thigh. Let me find this first. Good game, dying a lot, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, that's the vibe I get too. Dark Souls 1, get remastered on Steam. So he wants to co-op it, and as much as I would love to play it on Steam, he doesn't really have a gaming computer, but he won't. So I think my best bet would be PS5. Ooh, ammo case. Sheenishi. Alright, give that over. Oh, he already has it. Would you believe I have been playing games since Atari and I've never played a Resident Evil game? Fuck, dude, what are you doing? You're missing out, bro. It's literally my favorite franchise. Is he coming? Okay, he's not. Skip Dark Souls, get him on Discord, and one by one tell him how much better this PC gaming is. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Because he has a laptop, but he uses it mainly for streaming. Don't turn around, 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 don't turn around. Okay, cool. Alright, where they at? It's like a stealth game right now. Seriously, rectify that, Omaha. Best game. Yeah, dude, Resident Evil is the shit. I fucking love Resident Evil. As I've said several times. You like horror games? Because if you've been playing games since Atari, then that means you're like, you can put on your fucking 90s goggles and not bitch about the goddamn tank controls like every other fucking dickhead does. I can't play it. It's like, dude, I've been it's not playable. Well, I've been not playing it since fucking 97 when I was a child, okay? You have no excuse. Not a particular fan of horror, but we'll look at it at the next sale. I can't recommend it enough. Honestly, I would say start from the beginning, but if not, maybe the original remake, like the remake of 1. That's a good starting point. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, he's facing this way. Oh, is he facing this way? Where's your back? Okay. You probably played Alone in the Dark, huh? Or no. No, maybe not. Start with Resident Evil 6. It's the best. Yeah, boy. This is a very pro Resident Evil 6 channel, okay? I know what you're doing. It's not gonna work because I love Resident Evil 6. I did play Alone in the Dark back in the day. Okay, shit. Well, Resident Evil. Okay, so it started off as a remake of a game called Home Sweet Home for the NES, which is based on a movie. And that is technically, even though Resident Evil coined the term, that's technically the origin of survival horror right there. But the license lapsed, and then they made their own thing, which was Resident Evil. And it's also inspired by Alone in the Dark. RE6 is bad. No, it's not. You're bad. RE6 is one of the best goddamn co-op games ever made. How do I get up there? Oh, this is probably for Claire later. The movie Sweet Home is bonkers. It really is. That was like was that my first movie night? I think it was that, and then Parasite Eve. I think that was my first movie night. Yes, when the OG RE came out on PSX, I saw screenshots and I said, wow, it looks like Alone in the Dark. Yeah, it was absolutely an inspiration. So when they first started making Resident Evil, it was actually supposed to be a first-person game, but I think the tech just wasn't there to make it look spooky, and they couldn't run it in real time, which is why they went pre-rendered with the backgrounds and then tank controls. Name a bad co-op game you can't have fun playing. I know this argument. You could fucking pick a bag of shit with a friend and it's still fun. It doesn't change the fact that Resident Evil 6 is a great co-op game. Dumb argument. Every year they should just give Resident Evil 6 Game of the Year. Well, you know what's funny? Unironically, I think that is Lemon's favorite Resident Evil. Yeah, but Lemon's retarded. Yeah, he is. He is. I'm trying to get him to fucking finish Resident Evil 2, but he's so mad that, like... Because, like, it starts off kind of rough, right? It's like, zombies take 6 headshots to kill. But he's missing the goddamn point here. It's like, once you get a fucking shotgun, it gets infinitely better. Like, it's poorly balanced. Resident Evil 2 Remake is one of the best balanced games. It's like, no matter what I do, I have like 2 bullets left, and it just works, you know what I mean? It is an impeccably good balance. What are you up to tonight, Jay? You playing anything? And you too, ya boy. We know what's going on in your lives. How's everybody doing?
Should get us through.
Let's see. If a zombie apocalypse happens, I only need 1 bullet. Yeah, I wouldn't even go that far. Be like, there's what outside? Bye. Messing with a computer. I think I broke my desktop environment. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I don't know shit about Linux. Fuck is it? Is it right here? Got it. Where you at? Okay. There? Yeah! Pro gamer. Customization kit, baby! Give this to bitch ass Barry. That too. Oh shit, I got a gun. Rifle, nice. Oof. I was playing Swords and Sandals 2 today. What is Sword and Sandals? Problem is Waybar. I can't figure out how to configure it. A lot of Gligar appears. Magnum Python. You know what's funny? For like a second, my dorky ass thought that said Monty Python. You just hop down? Okay. Swords and Sandals is a turn-based gladiator fighting game. Turn-based fighting game? How the fuck does that work? Not complaining, I'm just curious. That's insane. Based fighting game. I'm trying to wrap my mind around that. Is it RPG? Did you do, is fighting game a mistake here? Or is it actually a turn-based fighting game? All right, hit me. All right, your turn. That's what I imagine. It'll give you a choice on what you want to do, and you do it within your turn. You should play it. It's fun, but play the second one. The most polite of fights. It's what my it's what my dumbass when I was a kid imagined, like old, like the Revolutionary War being with their fucking muskets and their little drums. Boom! All right, your turn. Reloading. Are there any historically accurate like Civil War or Revolutionary War games? I'm sure History Channel did some bullshit like that, right?
Yeah, you're
Are they fun? I want to shoot somebody with a musket at a firing rate of like 1 every 2 minutes. Fuck we going? Oh yeah, sorry, Natalia, I need you. Keep looting. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna loot this shit up. Sword and sandals. Ooh. I imagine it being like the Resident Evil guy. Sword and sandals. 2. Trailer. I'll watch a trailer for this.
Welcome, gladiator.
Reloading a musket is like 60-second QTE. And as soon as you miss it, you die. Oh man. I've never been less interested in a video game. This is not what I expected. This looks like some like shockwave.com stuff. Mini clip. Remember that? This is the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, that's actually not what I expected at all. It looks like South Park Mini Gladiator game. It kind of does. It looks like a game that somebody's playing in a movie. You know what I mean? Like they always go to the son's room and he's playing something. Like I feel like that's what that is. Like a game is somebody's playing in the background of like Breaking Bad. That's the first, and second is better. Oh, okay. It doesn't look like my cup of tea. But I'm glad you're liking it. Hey boy, what's your favorite game of all time? Do you have one? You strike me as like a Vice City guy. I have fun with it. I named my character Gluteus Maximus. I named your character Gluteus Maximus. That's a good name.
Monster!
Did you know? Oh shit, it's invisible. That the scientific name for the butt crack is the gluteal crease. Well, now you know.
Right there. Don't you see it?
Oh yeah, named. I know what you meant. I keep forgetting you're on that text to speech, so it's like I have to like read it and then think about it. And I'm like, okay, that's what he said. Oh shit. There's something lighting up in there. Oh, it's gasoline or something. I hope you figure out your computer shit, Jay. I got a map. Give me the map, Scott. I like how this little girl can fucking lockpick. Amazing. Ooh, fuck. I use sex to speech. Fuck.
Who is this handsome man though?
Hey, Assad, what it do, man? How you doing? It is morning. Good morning. Right? It's literally 9 a.m. for you. There's a 12-hour difference? Sounds about right to me. What's up, bro? I like Smash Brothers, Red Dead Redemption 2, Never Dead, Swords and Sandals 2. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh.
Oh yeah, right there. That is the spot. My back was itchy as duck though.
Nice. Very nice. Nah, Waybar is not just a hyperland thing. Different config. Written in Russian. dearly beloved, it has been a year since I'm not doing it since you left to go to work in the mines. I thank you for your service, and of course I'm thankful to the one who gave us this opportunity, the one who saved us from despair. You were supposed to be gone only for a year. That was the term, yet you have not returned. Why? And not just you, friends, other villagers, they disappeared and never returned. I've heard rumors of poison gases and beasts and unspeakable horrors, and I don't want to say what else. Never mind. I hope you return as soon as possible. I'm waiting for you. Wafi, Waybar, etc. I know, but Hyper-V was like an all-one thing that up the whole DE desktop environment. Does smoking Marlboro cigarettes count as a game? That's my favorite. No, it doesn't. I don't think it does, unless I don't have a joke for that. I noticed Russians speak English in a French accent, though. All included in Hyper-V. What are you up to, Assad? Good morning. Is that all? Can I unlock this? Yeah, I can. Alright, Barry. Bitch. Get in here, buddy. Alright, let's see. What do we got? We combine stuff. Combine with smoke screen bottle for escaping or stealth attacks. That's actually kind of good. Firebomb that engulfs the surrounding area in flames. I think that's better. Let's do it. I woke up early and I was like, what to do? And I saw you on and came. Nice, nice. Don't get too excited here. Uh-oh. Wait, no, I'm not done looting. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland is great. I forgot to add that. Is that your favorite Tony Hawk?
You sure about that?
You sure about that? That's why?
Why?
There.
You sure it wasn't because
I don't know
after
what
the
you're
thing
seeing,
that happened,
but point me
no
at
one
it.
could look at me without dying laughing?
Oh shit, it's like right here.
Sure about that?
Keep going.
You sure about that's not why?
Harry, there's something over there.
Uh-oh.
The monster isn't coming.
Die.
Harry, there's something over there. The monster isn't coming.
Oh shit. Didn't I fucking reload already?
It's getting closer.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Keep pointing, bitch. There we go. Got it. Got it.
Invisible monster.
My favorite Tony Hawk is the Hawk Tua. Tony Hawk Tua, that's a good one. Tony Hawk's Pro Tua. That's stupid. There's a joke there somewhere. We got this. We can do this. Oh, that brick. Also, Natalia, stop dropping it. Why do I have to keep picking up bricks when I don't use them? Are you dropping them? That shit out. I'll be right back. I need to go pee real quick. Herb. Hell yeah, I think it's the best in my opinion for Tony Hawk games. It is pretty good. It's pretty good. I think my favorite is a tie between 2 and Underground 1.
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit. Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat Jason Statham, no!
Sucks I'm out of shotgun ammo, but there will be more, you know?
What the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. Mwah.
Oh, A down sights? Oh, I know, right? I guess I could technically fake it. Ah, shit! That was a real scream that time. Fuck! I hate you. I hate you. Give me my knife back, bitch. What? Oh, Lob, they coming.
I'm back. Nobody panic.
Yeah, I still gotta get on that.
Nobody panic. Stream will continue. So it. Oh. Dear Diary, October 11th, 2008. Bad year. So that's a good year. That's the year I graduated. I'm old. So I found this little island in a dusty old book, and it's not listed on any maps or anything. So I thought, cool, a chance to. Oh, I read this already. Oh, this is the daytime. I know exactly where I'm at. This is where I fought the drill guy. What? What? Aw, cash cow. How's it doing, brah? Are you going to Christian/Cole's thing tomorrow? Happy birthday, Betch. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, shh. I want people to know. Just kidding, it's fine. Fighting invincible monsters. Wait, is it? Oh.
Barry,
This is rough.
something over
Oh,
there.
I should be using the rifle. Dumbass.
The monster isn't coming.
Oh, maybe not.
There! Shoot!
Where, bitch? I'm getting my handgun. This sucks.
It's getting closer! Up there! Shoot!
Where are you aiming? Where are you aiming?
Barry, there's something
I want this
over
thing
there.
hold still. Hold still, monster. I suck. Hell yeah. Brittany said, do too. So too. About my birthday? Or is she saying she's happy birthday too?
Monster isn't coming.
Oh, is it behind the fucking fence? Oh shit, it's close. Oh shit, thank you for the subby. Yeah, thank you for the sub, Cash Cow.
It's getting closer!
Got it. Man, I went through a lot of ammo doing that. What are you up to, Cash Cow? If that is your real name. More bricks. God damn it. I want to pick up, like, stuff that matters. I already have a brick. Thank you, Cash Cow. Yeah, thank you, Cash Cow. Oh, shit. Hype train. Sick.
Somebody really trashed this place.
The bracelet. What I've learned so far. There's a GPS tracker inside. I already read this. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't. There's another one. There's a GPS tracker inside, probably for keeping tabs on where we are. It's a two-way transmitter. We can hear her. She can hear us. The source of the transmission is coming from the center of the island, someplace up high. High up. It's got to be that funky-looking tower. I've no doubt she's there, too. It also seems to be keeping track of our vital signs. For what purpose? She wasn't kidding when she said she's infected us with the virus. Holy balls. What are we supposed to do? Have those notes on the bracelet. I like how Cash Cow comes in, subs, and leaves. What a Chad. Durant has been caught. Fuck yeah, I don't even know what a Durant is. A sub-weapon that can be used with, yep, I know that. The smoke screen robs enemies of their sight. Dramatic over here. Allowing you to run away or hit him with a stealth attack. Talia can also use. And you keep that one. You keep it. Wait, is it red herb? What does that make? I don't see. Is it like a? Does it just turn it into a green herb? Anti-recoil. Honestly, that might be good on the assault rifle. Ha! We're good. Oh! Oh! There's shit in here! How did I miss that? Ammo, bro. Here you go. Hype train has ended. Well, thank you guys for the hype. Means a lot. It means a lot. Oh, going the wrong way. Oh, you know what? That is the right way to go, but I'm gonna go check out where that helicopter was, just cause. Still open. It should have been over here. Is this where it came from? I'm tripping. Also, there's just a lot of bullshit to collect, which has been nice. We like bullshit. This is a bullshit friendly family, okay? You know what else is hype? Swords and Sandals 2. I'm gonna be honest with you, boy. I don't think I'll ever play that. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Boy, did you see Superman? It was pretty good. Ooh, shit. It's gonna be like right here. Oh, no. Enough. Fuck. Got it. Tight, tight, tight. Ooh, shit, another one. All right, Barry, we're going back. Come on, Barry. I didn't see it, but I saw that people are adopting dogs because of the movie. I just hope that they don't try returning or releasing the dogs whenever anything gets sick. Yeah. Yeah, that would be pretty shitty. That would be pretty shitty. But Crypto was pretty awesome in the movie. Like, they made Crypto work. And they didn't try to, like, humanize it. Like every adaptation is like, oh, he's just, like, thinks and does, you know, human shit. No, he's a dog in this. I loved it. Phase. Ooh. Improves your ability to stun enemies. The higher the level, the greater the effect. Should the handgun get that? Or the assault rifle? I think the assault rifle, right? I think the assault rifle. That's gonna be like my main gun for now. Only because... Actually, no, I got a lot of handgun ammo now. Either way, let's just get the fuck out of here. I'd like to finish this tonight, but will I? Probably not. That's the goal, brother. And I might stream tomorrow. I will probably stream tomorrow because, like I was saying earlier, I got invited to a little shindig that I'm probably gonna go to. So, oh fuck. If I stream tomorrow, it'll be an earlier stream because I'm off. Oh shit, it's getting closer. Where is it? Where'd it go?
It's getting closer.
I know. See that.
There, shoot. It's getting closer. No, more right.
Got it. I am glad that dog adoption rates are up, if that's true. Yeah, boy. I mean, that's kind of a good thing, but I agree with what you said. I hope it doesn't turn into people being like, ah, we changed our mind. Turns out we actually have to raise the motherfucker, so we're gonna leave him by Walmart. Or whatever the fuck people do. Oh, is there anything right here to pick up? Bye, Barry. Oh, there's more. Is that an enemy? Oh. Wait. No, there is something. Is that texture or am I tripping? Oh, it's just a texture. No. No, it's got like some smoke on that. That's totally a thing. Did I melee it? What the fuck is that? She hit it? Do I shoot it? What is this? I guess nothing. When I was in Texas, people would just let their dogs run around in the street and there would be gangs of dogs running around. That is horrible. It's fucking awful. Like, I'd like to know it's not a guessing game whether or not this dog is a stray and to eat my face, or if it belongs to somebody and it's like behaved, you know? Oh shit, it's dark. How the fuck am I supposed to see anything? Oh, Barry, turn your flashlight on. That's right. Got a flashlight, I forgot about that. Also, I like how it's dark, but we're well lit. Oh, there we go. God damn it, did I drop the fucking brick again? I just can't do anything and hold a brick. Put a brick in your pocket. Do you not have a pocket, little girl?
The monster's coming.
It's dead. Dead, Dave. Well, dead. Oh shit. Stay dead. Bitch.
Here comes the rain.
I get like kind of like Last of Us vibes in this game sometimes. Not to say, you know, that's a testament to its quality, because it's nothing. I say nothing compared to Last of Us, but
You were there when
fuck with it.
went down? I'm sorry. None of this could have been easy.
Terra Grigia.
Thanks.
Fuck.
It's on people like me to protect people like you from bioterrorists.
Thanks, Barry.
Let you down. So
Well, you
where'd
did.
go?
Terra Safe put me in a home. A facility.
I'm sorry, Natalia. I won't ask any more questions.
We need a follow-up to this game. Because I know things. Stuff happens. Stuff goes down in here. And I don't think we've gotten any mention of what's up since then. Oh, no. Ooh! Knew I saw something. Here you go, bruh. 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 Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Oh, I've been waiting for you.
Can we go? There's something ahead. Be careful.
Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Barry? 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 Okay. Do it! Can I melee this? Ah! No! No! Shit, that was close.
Wait for us.
Where is it? Its head? Okay, that's good. Oh, shit! Oh, she threw the brick. Thanks, bitch. I wish I knew how her follow-ups worked, though. I feel like I'm fucking that up. Is that where I go? Or is that just some extra shit? Let me see. I think it's where I go. That's where I came from. Part of me wanted to make that a Cotton Eye Joe joke somehow, but I don't think I can make it. Okay. Good there. I tried.
They're inside. Be careful.
Yeah, they are.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Let's see. Oh shit, there's two of them.
Be careful.
There's four. They're everywhere! We're in the pass. Need them. Nice. Map. In a map, Scott! I miss Rooster. Where's that bitch? That bitch at?
There's something ahead. Be careful.
See it, I see it. I think he just turned away. Not, it's one of his shoulders, I forget which one. I'll peek. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Okay. Defeat 20 enemies with stealth attacks in the main campaign. Sick. Oh, you not ready? God damn. He's coming. I feel like I want to go back. Like there might be more. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. I'm missing. Do it!
There's something
Fucker over there.
Be
Okay.
careful.
Where am I going? Like, I have a map, but I can't look at it other than the mini map right there, you know? That's messed up. But it's like, I would like to look at the map to know if I got to go upstairs. Keep exploring. Oh, I don't have to crouch anymore. There's a whole ass other building over there. Do I check out that building? Do I clear this one? Where do I go? Oh, you know what? That answered it for me. Need a drill. Ooh, I saw something. Something sparkled. It is. Why don't I see these all the time? Magnum ammo? What? Okay, we are going to... gunpowder? That's not Natalia. Pick up the ammo, of course. Finish the race, of course. Keep up, bitch. Fuck is that? Oh, that's a huge bitch. Oh boy. Oh shit. What else we got? Okay. Oh, Natalia, stop climbing. Head. Any more? And you climb slower than Sherry. That's saying something. Oh, of course, there's no brick. Oh, but Barry. Here, Barry. Shoot that. No, little girl, no! Alright. This fucking brick so I can just lose it later on because I can't depend on you to keep it. I hate that she drops it. Keep the brick on you. Like if I could change one thing about this game, it would be keep the fucking brick because you're unreliable. I heard growling. Let's see. Yeah, barely. Got it. Nice. Where are we going? We're looking for a key or something? Or a drill? Oh yeah, we're going this way. Dummy. Of course you dropped the fucking brick. Kinda hate that. I kinda hate that. It's like, I get it, you know, you don't have pockets, but you have two hands, two goddamn hands. Just hold onto a brick. Asshole. And I feel bad, like I'm yelling at a kid, you know? It's like what I imagine, like, you know, when they have to hold the flashlight and you're working on a car or something or under the sink, and you're like, hold it steady! Right there! That reminds me of. Ooh, can I go down the slide? Fuck yeah. Ooh, oh, god damn it. She? You be a kid and go down the slide? To tease. Oh shit, there's a monster over there. Okay, it's his left foot. If I hang out here, I might be able to melee. Don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move, don't move. Stay right there, stay right there, stay right there. Bitch! Got him. And then this one is his... Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, fucking... Fuck, I can't see shit. Is his head? Ah, Barry, no! Barry, I can't see.
You're doing good.
Nice. Alright, do I have a tourniquet? I do. Use that shit. You know what I like? Games that let you open up like the trunk. Search cars and shit. Like, off and on, Angel and I have been playing, we'll give her a shout out in a minute, but we've been playing Arizona Sunshine. Like one of the coolest VR games I've ever fucking played. The remake. I never played the original one, but we're playing the remake. And in that one, you can search the trunk, the fucking dashboard. It's fucking cool. Backseat. Find grenades and stuff. Let me give her a shout out real quick. Everybody, you recently got affiliated, and it's a big deal, okay? X Angel Baby Girl X. This one. Really good streamer. She plays a lot of horror, so Silent Hill. Her favorite game of all times, Dead Rising 2. And she's been playing, what was that, Peak? She's been playing some Peak and 7 Days to Die. I highly recommend it. She also cosplays. That's always fun. A shout out. Hey, she's here.
Yeah, sit to the other bridge and then climb.
No, she's a fantastic streamer, and you're doing yourself a disservice by not following. And she also invited me to Evo, which I'm probably going to. I was locked in on 7 days, but I heard you in the background. No, you heard your fucking name. You're like, oh, what? Somebody's talking about me? Please come to Evo. I probably will. I need to double check my finances. I should be able to. You said it's what? 100 something? Oopsie daisies. I fucking knew it. You're like a dog, right? You're just like, whoop. Like your ear just went up. You're like, somebody say my name? That doesn't land as well when my hair covers my fucking hand. Man, why is it so fucking blurry in here? Like somebody turned the gas on in a movie. Oh fuck, I can't see shit. Need Barry's flashlight. Fuck, I missed. Where is it? Fuck! There we go. Oh shit. Oh shit. There's one right here. Reload! Okay. Oh my god, Barry, fucking reload! Fuck, I should just play as Barry. Oh shit. What the fuck is happening? It's weird, man.
It's getting closer.
There. Got him. I dropped the fucking brick, you asshole. Alright, let's see. You know, it's funny, I think she had a brick on her that time. Like down here. Got it. Perfect. Flawless victory. Hard box. Gunpowder. Dick. I gotta stop relying on the fucking Magnum. Running out of ammo. Ooh, what does this say? Mock experiment results. 8th of November 2009. The latest mock moved us even closer to the real test. This time, 11 candidates were fitted with the sensor bracelets, then subjected to extreme emotional stress for varying lengths of time. Result: 3 died immediately. I already read this. The remaining 8 eventually mutated at some point and were disposed of. The trial ended with none of the subjects overcoming their fear. He overcomes these nuts. Got he. Oh shit, I have this. Oh, it's a door. I thought that was like a little like dumbwaiter thing. Where's my thunder, buddy? Wait, what the f- God damn it. Did I see a little sparkle? I did. Yes. Upstairs. I mean, hold on. There isn't really much to do. Where do I go? I still need a drill. This is the only way in or out, which I came... where I came from. No, I think I gotta keep exploring down here. I'll backtrack in a moment, but I think this is where I go. It's gotta be. Hi, Shoddy. What's Evo? Evo is... I forget what it stands for, but it's basically like a fighting game tournament convention. There's like a lot of Tekken, Smash Brothers, even though I hate calling that a fucking fighting game. Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, they hold it here in Vegas. Wanna come? Can I throw this little girl at like a hole or something to go through? Where do you go? I never gone, but I have a couple friends going. I might go to DEF CON in Vegas. That's probably a different weekend. What's DEF CON? We also do the hacker convention thing, but I didn't feel like, you know, going to that, getting my shit stolen. Hacker convention? Oh, okay, that is what it is. All right. You go to that? I've been going off and on for like 20 years. Is it fun? I don't know where to go. I'm gonna backtrack. And just double check for any pickups. I like it. It's a class of nerd way more antisocial than you. I'm not that antisocial. Like, I need my fuck off days, you know, where I'm like, I just don't want to talk to anybody or look at anybody, but don't look at me. But I'm pretty social. I have friends. This is where I go. Well, I'm glad I went the wrong way because I would have missed that. When's the adult entertainment? Oh, the AVN. I've never gone to that. I don't think I will. Like, I like, you know, butts and boobs as much as the next guy, but I don't know. There's something about a convention dedicated to it. It doesn't. It's probably too much. You know what I mean? The AVNs, yeah. We have that here. I've never gone, and I don't think I ever will. It's actually not that bad. I just feel like I would like look at the floor the whole time. You can see all your fellow gooners. Everyone isn't on the pervy energy like you think it would be. That's what I imagine. I imagine everybody just being like, m'lady, and just like they have their wheelies and their fedora hats. And they smell like they just left the Yu-Gi-Oh convention. That's what I imagine. My friend got nominated there. Who's your friend again? Kidding. JK, JK, JK. Wait, she got nominated. Wait, nominate? Like, I thought you had just like a OF friend. They're like in the industry. They got nominated. You gotta go up to your favorite adult star and say, I gooned you. Be like, well, what would I say? Don't look at me. Nah, she's like an actual porn star. Good for her. I don't know, what do you say? Congrats? Firepower. 700, that's a lot. Damn! That's a big jump. I wonder what happens if I give you the damage level 2. No. This works better.
This is where I met Moira.
Well, tell your friend congratulations on getting nominated.
Let's pick up the pace.
You can say your favorite. Wait, you can say your videos got me through some dark times. LOL. Audie, you don't have to tell us who it is, but could you act out the scene? We can guess. What's it like having a friend that's in the industry like that? I can't imagine. You're like I support. I can't watch. Town residents memo. Things have changed so much since we came here. Our Zipitich, what the fuck? Our Zapitich is almost like a completely different island now. Oh, Zapitich. Zapitich. What the fucking kind of word is that? There's new equipment in the mines and the jobs, not just laborers, but she's employing people as researchers as well. There are so many employment opportunities. I cannot. Fuck, that burns. Oh my god. So, to those who don't know, I made ceviche earlier, some shrimp ceviche, and there's a lot of habanero and jalapeno in it. And I washed my hands, but I guess that wasn't enough. Fuck. Oh, that burns. Okay, alright, I'm okay. I'm okay. She just shot with small. Wait, hold on. Fuck, I can't even read that. Fuck, hold on. That's how I feel right now. Who said that? Cash Cow. Hey, what's up, dude? There's habanero residue in my eye right now. Thank you for the redeems. All right. Shoddy, no. She just shot with small hands, so I was like, hell yeah, girl, get your tits out. I don't know what that means. You just shot with small hands? I don't know what that means. Thank you for the redeems. I'm afraid to rub my eyes now. All right. There's new equipment in the mines and the jobs, not just laborers, but she's employing new people as researchers as well. There are so many employment opportunities. I cannot express my gratitude to her deeply enough. Despite this, there are those who doubt her. Such ingrates. If you don't like it, you can always feel free to leave this place. Well, you can just get out. That's what they're saying right now. Like regular hands, but less big. He's a popular male porn star. Oh, small hand. Oh, actually, I think you have mentioned that before. That's a dumb name. Oh, they're saying she shot with small hands. I was like, what does that mean? Is it different from shooting with big hands? Hold on, I gotta keep looting. Huh. Audi is not confirmed the biggest gooner in chat. Who is the biggest gooner in chat?
It's dead.
Oh, I thought she would have to go in there. Send the child in. What are you doing? Oh, donation. Wait. Goddamn. Dry? You didn't have to do that. Holy shit. Thank you, dude. $50. Thank you so much for the fucking tip, dude. Jay's the biggest gooner? Alright, confirmed. Dude, Dry, thank you so much. That means a lot, dude. Oh, fuck, I spelled it wrong. Feels jerky. Shout out, feels dry. Thanks, buddy. Hey, how you feeling, by the way? Every time I hopped into somebody's chat, you were, like, leaving because you're, like, dying or something. How are you feeling?
Gross. Oh, no, not more of these electric things.
So where the fuck do I go? Oh. Yeah, thank you so much for the tip, man. That's way more than I deserve. $50 whole. I could buy most of a video game with that. Thank you, dude.
Who's there?
Keep it down.
Now, what are you up to, man? Oh, shit. Nice. Yeah, everybody, check out Feels Dry and give him a follow so he can stream again. He works backwards. He has to get the follows to stream. How far are you from your next milestone? Play Division with Paul right now. Oh, okay, nice, nice. Hope you guys are having fun. $50 you can almost buy Mario Kart World. That's what, like 1/10 of a Switch. 2. I think 13. Ah, nice. Buy some more blinds because Shuri was fucking your shit up early. Yeah, she was. Dude, every time my cat gets the zoomies, like, I fear for my blinds. Where is it? Oh, it's way up there. We're good for now. Thank you, Dry. I appreciate you. Nice. Go Paz. Here, get your ass in here. Can't see shit. Hold on. Got a text. What? Wait, another one. Oh. Not catching my amazing streams. I suck so bad. Anonymous tipped $1. L Audi. Whole time I've known Dry, I've yet to see him stream. Wait, really? Thank you, Anonymous, for the $1 tip. I appreciate you a lot. I don't know why I'm doing this, but it felt right. Felt like the thing to do. I appreciate you. Here. Where's that? $1, really? Audi Pop? Was it her? Wait, did it say? It said Anonymous. Did it say Audi tipped? Because if so, I missed it. Well, thank you, Anonymous, for the tip. Written in Russian. Your father hasn't come home at all since going to the monument. I tried to wait, but I can't do it any longer. I've gone off to look for him. I was feeling pretty anxious, but everybody there was so nice to me. They told me something nasty was going around, so they gave me a preventative shot and this bracelet that said it would help protect me. How'd that turn out? This place is so large and wondrous. I've never seen anything like it. Of course, it's probably no big deal for her. She saved our island. I'm starting to feel like she can do anything. I regret ever having doubted her. I suppose it's nothing, but I've been feeling a bit dizzy. Maybe I'm just stressed. Oh, and I finally found your father. Well, part of him anyway. What? I always knew he had a good head on his shoulders. Now that's all that's left of him. I can't possibly bring him back like this. This bracelet has been making strange sounds. It's a little annoying, but don't you worry. I'm going to find the rest of your father and we're coming home. You must be so hungry. Bro, you think I have $1 in my account right now? Who else would tip $1? Let's see, who accused? It's probably Paul. I'll bet it's $1 because you tried to do 25 and $1 was the minimum. 25 cents. That's funny. Well, whoever tipped, I appreciate you and thank you. All tips matter. Wait, oh shit, he's coming for us, isn't he? In here? Oh, he's here. Barry. Got it. All right, that's all right. Crisis averted, everybody. Oh, there's more. Oh, it's above us. We're fine for now. This where it came from? I think it's where it came from. That tip got me all turned around and shit. Stop giving your man... Stop giving my man your tips, bitch. I'll take whoever's tip. Thank you. Don't listen to her. Give me tips. Am I gonna die if I stay in here? I might, actually. I feel like I have to unlock the door or something.
The monster isn't looking this way.
Got it. Oh, full already? Alright. Talia, you take all this stuff. Boom. Wait. Give her tourniquets. Okay, fuck. Okay, I thought I fucked up. Pass. Pass. True, you did take your shirt off from a tip. I did. And it wasn't even that much. It was like, what, 20 cents? It was like 20 bits. 2 bits? That's 2 pennies, isn't it? Cheap. How do I tip Kenny Rogers' greatest hits on vinyl here? That's a good question. I have no clue. Guess we're going back to the stairs. Can I keep going upstairs? I think I can from here. I'm just looting, you know? Yeah. 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 Or, hey! We got a name call. I want to scratch my eye, but I'm scared now. There we go. Also, I want more ceviche. I made it like way too spicy this time. Oh shit. I celebrate, not shame. I mean, you do have a porn star friend. So. It's kind of cool. It's like one of those one of those kids books, you know, like, hey, my 4th grade teacher's an alien. You know.
Wait. Well, that's one hell of a parking job.
A sock? That's a weird name for a Pokemon. Is it a sock hawk? A cock sock! No, I mean like a hawk. Like the bird and then a sock. It's hard to say sock hawk without saying cock. I'm saying cock way too much. Fine. With... I like the exploding ones, or I could do a decoy, or... No, I like the exploding. Kaboom! Nope, can't go that way. Does that lower left dot mean it's saving? I think it means it's saving, which means I'm probably close to a fight. How do I get back? Oh, I was in that room. Let's go. Barry, let's go. We missed a box. Oh shit, and that. Where was that? Wait, where was that? Was I not in that room? Oh, I guess not. I gotta go around now. Okay, that's not connected. Oh shit! Uh-oh. Hold on, I'll read in a minute. Oh shit! Look at him go! Wait, I didn't mean to hit that button. Fuck off! No shit! Idiot! Oh my god. I missed! Oh my god. She's helping with the brick. Oh shit. Oh my god. Holy shit.
I'm on the way.
Get her, get her, get her, get her, get her. Alright, the head. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit. I might die. Alright, hold on.
Monster's coming.
Oh, it's his back. Oh shit. Oh shit. I might die. Because I'm being a dum-dum. Okay. Bro. Follow age. You've been following for 10 months, 24 days, 27 days, and 2 hours. I could read. 10 months, 27 days. That's cool. Thank you for following.
Well, this should give us a whole lot more options.
I'm not screaming, you're screaming. I was just curious. I am too. Or I would have been. Now I know. Oh, I thought that was a Twitch noise. Sounds like a Twitch noise. Good job, Paul. 9 days, 22 hours. Man, that's it? Where to now? How do I get back downstairs? It's this way. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. That was scary. Wait, I still gotta go more downstairs? God damn it. Also, did I get more pickup? No, I don't. Fucking drill from Gabe. I was watching that movie Pop Star yesterday. It's still funny as the first time I watched it. I love that movie. Doink, doink. That one, right? Never stop, never stopping. That Bin Laden song was amazing. Yeah, nice, nice. Back. Hey, welcome back, Bloody. You missed me panicking during a boss fight.
Me and Moira got separated here. The nice guy came and got me.
Nice guy?
The one from Terra Save who rescued me.
What are you up to? Oh, snap. The humble song, There's No Joke. That was a legit good song. Oh, yeah, yeah. I do vaguely remember that. Is that 10 out of 10 super manly streamer Bloody Kotex? That's our boy. That's the guy. Bloody. Bloody. What are you up to, sir? I feel like it wants me to go this way. Yep, it does. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna check over here because I know there's gotta be an item or something for me. Better be. Chilling. Nice. Yeah, I'm kind of chilling too. I'm gonna play this till... I mean, I'd like to beat it, but at this rate, I don't think I will. But, I definitely want to play some Death Stranding tonight. Doesn't that noise when I'm lifting the thing kind of sound like the smoke alarm redeem I have?
This place has changed.
Yeah. Pretty creepy, huh?
What does this say? Clinical experiment notes. Yeah, that one. 24th of January, 2010. So long ago. Trials for the P. Phobos virus are almost complete. We managed to reduce the lethality of the T virus while creating a condition that it triggers upon the target being subjected to strong emotional trauma. We have also lowered the rate of the viral resistance to below 2%. All this proceeding is planned. Oh, that's right. So canonically, there are people with natural immunity to the T virus. However, the time draws near. We are close to perfection, but there is zero margin for error. Playing chess right now. You like chess? That's cute. Are you winning? Let's see. Where is it? Here? No. Here. Oh. Here. Got it. Perfect. It's against bots, and you can pick the bot, and it's dinosaur. Nice. Oh, I know where I'm at. I actually do think this is about the end of this chapter. Have you played first-person chess? What's first-person chess? Parting worlds to my dear father. Parting words to my dear father. You poor decrepit old man. Nice. That's a good start. You wanted to create a new world and rule over that world as a god, but for all your ambitions, you couldn't overcome man's most formidable enemies, age and disease. You had everything, but your crumbling body betrayed you. God damn. Alright, tell me how you really feel. And then your own son snuffed out whatever pitiful entrails of life you had left, leaving you to become nothing more than a footnote in the annals of history. You failed old man. Jesus Christ, man. But fear not, your dream will live on. I will take the wealth of knowledge, power, and test subjects you have given me, and succeed where you have failed. I will create a new world, and I will rule over it as a god. Your legacy will have been long forgotten, but mine is only just begun. May your soul, if you ever had one, rot in torment for all eternity, and let hell be filled with the sound of your teeth gnashing incessantly. I gotta take notes. This guy's fucking on one right now. It's just game on Steam, and every time you're about to take a piece, you have to do a Call of Duty style match between the two pieces. Hey, that reminds me of I forgot what it's called. It's like, so in the PS2 era of Mortal Kombat games, they had a bunch of mini games. So it's like Deception, Armageddon, and Deadly Alliance. They all had mini games. I forget which one had it, but one of them had a chess mini game, and in that one, cheers birthday boy, it's empty, but I can get another one. But every time you take a piece, you actually have to do a match, and it's funny because it took like a year to fucking do a game. Deception chess mode. Yeah, it was Deception. Thank you. He knew. She said cheers. I gotta get another beer. I'll be right back. That's my son. That's my boy. That's my boy. Ah. Yeah, another one. I'm waiting on you. Hold on. Here, this is for Angel. Got it. Cheers. Here, you can hear it. Thanks. Cheers, Angel. Wait. What are we waiting for? Is today your B-Day? Yeah, it's my birthday. I'm old and gross now. Yes. I didn't tell anybody. What the fuck, Joey? I'm on my way. Happy birthday. Hey, thank you, Asmic. Appreciate it. Who do you think is the biggest hater? Uncle Ruckus from Boondocks Freezes? Or Reverse Flash? Oh, dude. Frieza, okay. Boondocks. So Uncle Ruckus, Frieza, or Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash is undoubtedly the biggest hater in fiction that I'm aware of. Aw. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. You didn't have to do that. I didn't tell anybody. It's fine. Thank you so much. Also, I'm gonna give you a shout out. Thanks, buddy. After this cutscene, stick around. Wait, because I think it's the end of the chapter. This is where it gets a little spooky. No problem, mijo. Bloody, yeah, I have the shout out queued up, but I'm gonna give you one in a moment. Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Wesker.
She's so scary. I can't stand her.
Cheers, buddy.
Who?
No, I appreciate you.
The woman here with Wesker?
I'll see you tomorrow. Let me more to come. You spelled that wrong. It's C-U-M.
Wesker. Alex Wesker.
Two Weskers? You gotta be shitting me.
Yeah, I'll try to come. I got you, buddy. Like that laugh.
So you finally came.
Nice, nice. That's good timing. Thanks for the layup.
I knew you would.
Do not come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. That meme still holds up. It's a banger. Nice. Here you go. Thank you so much, everybody. The Bloody Kotex is legit. Like in my MySpace top 2. You know, he's like a brother to me, Anakin. He's a good dude. He's locked in right now. Holy shit! Look at that focus. He plays a lot of Rainbow Six, but he's also currently addicted to Expedition 33. Great guy, great friend, a good husband and father. All right, you give him a follow. All right, you support my friend, or else.
It's got all our names on it.
I'll crush you.
Where did we go wrong?
Where's Moira?
Baba Booey. Yeah, he's a good dude, great homie, and a great streamer. So check it out. That's an order. Next episode, Judgment. Don't judge me. Thanks for the shout. No problem. Thanks for the gift subs. All right, a B. God damn it! I'm gonna get an A or an S at some point, right? I think I'm taking too long and I'm dying too much. Scared to death. Also, People Magazine's. I like how specific that is. People Magazine's 2022 Sexiest Man Alive. Who was that? The 2022. Wasn't that a joke in like Daredevil or not Daredevil? Deadpool. Like they made a very specific one for Hugh Jackman. That made me laugh. That's a good joke. 2022. No, he just told me it's bloody. Thousand. Nice. Execute has been caught. Nice. Skill settings. All right, I don't have enough. I don't have as much as I did last time. But what we can do, rope-a-dope, withstand killing blows. Evade recovery. increases knife attack power and your movement speed while attacking. Damn, that's 100,000. Cancel any action with evasion. That actually sounds kind of broken. Because sometimes you're just locked in. That's my son! My boy! I don't know. Oh, it's because Angel called me boy. That's what it was. B-O-I. Whereas Jay would probably call me B-O-Y. You know why. It says Chris Evans is 2022 sexiest man. Well, they're wrong. It's bloody. That's been amended. Retconned, if you will. Yeah, it. Increased firepower. It's me. It's him. It's him. He did it. Where can I spend money? I don't like the crouch, but then gain the ability to attack with the knife while dashing. Double attack power after running for 5 meters. That's not that great. Oh, I could do these, the recovery ones. And then the the charge attack. I like that picture. Alright, let's do... The recovery time is kind of a big one. Bloody me. Fuck you, bloody! Bloody fuck you! America's ass ain't got nothing on you, bloody Cortex. Oh yeah, we still gotta watch those. I still have to show you the rest, because you wanted to watch 2, but I was like, you can't watch 2. There's like 9 Marvel movies before that. My ass is kind of nice. I did used to skateboard. Oh, so you got like those like epic fucking skater calves? Where's the upgrade where you can do a useless backflip? That's not until 4. I think it's only in 4. That's the Leon special. Leon! The recovery effects. I think that's where it should be. Oh, I can do both. Fuck you. Fuck you, bloody. Well, I used to have crazy calves until I broke my ankle skating. Ooh! Fuck, was it the same accident? Did you break them both? The same, like, instance? Not at the same time, no. Okay. Fuck, dude. Fuck, that sounds awful. I mean, either way, but within the year. Damn. That's like, you used to be a skater until you took an arrow to the knee, you know? But like, both ankles. Do you still get like residual pain from that? I've never, knocking on wood, I've never broken a bone. Because I don't go outside, and that's why. Yeah, one was bad. Which one was the worst? The first one or the second one? I didn't know you... Well, I knew you used to skate. I think you might have mentioned breaking ankles. But the way you worded that, I was like, fuck, at the same time? What'd you do? I still get some like nerve pinching and I have to pop it, my right foot. Ah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. But you do strike me as a skater. I skated in high school, but it wasn't like cool. I couldn't do any tricks, like an ollie, but that's it. I was basically the white kid with glasses from fucking Team Rocket. Squid? That was me. I can keep up, but I can't do anything cool. I would have given Bloody my bone to help out. I believe it. I believe it. I ollied a 9 stair and my foot slipped off the right and fully fucked it up, swollen like a softball. Yeah. Ah, that sucks, dude. How old were you? Thanks. Also, Paul, I love the name. I don't think I love it as much as Attila the Hung, but it's still pretty good. 15? Man. Yeah. It must have looked epic though, right? You're like, did you guys record it? Did you take a picture? Was it the last time you skated? Like, did you just give it up after that? Fuck, I'm talking too much. I gotta spend some money. Charge up. After changing weapons. Honestly, that is kind of good. That is kind of good. Should I just save? Gain BP when delivering. Oh, okay, I got it. I got it, actually. And then I'll save up for the Natalia one. So I'm going to... Yeah, I'll do this one. Then I'm done. So it was filmed, but the dude that filmed it ended up being a dick and we stopped being friends. That happens. I'm sorry. Isn't that the worst? That's the worst. Like falling out of friends with someone. Like, hey, you were cool, dude.
Previously on Revelations 2.
Mother of balls! My life is awesome!
No, I skated another year. Broke my left foot, and then sprained my right foot, and then I eventually stopped.
We're like sisters.
You do give fucking skater vibes, though. I should have known. I should have known.
Claire, we lost the girl.
Moira was trying to get to that tower when I was with her. Barry, there's something right there.
The train was pretty bad since my foot was still jacked. Oh, you were still recovering. God damn it, Bloody. Of course you were skating while recovering still. Yeah, I was decent. I believe it. The worst thing I ever did was I sprained my wrist. I was working at the Adventure Dome, and I probably could have sued them, but I think the stairs were wet and I slipped, and then I broke my fall with my wrist and I sprained it. Confessions and lies are the same. To confess, one must tell lies. What? Have you seen the trailer for that movie, The Long Walk? I never heard of The Long Walk. Have you seen the trailer for Mortal Kombat 2? It looks fucking amazing. I'm about to pull that shit up right now. I just want to watch it. That and then Tron Ares. They both look amazing to me. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting I have these fucking pervy ass costumes. I'm hyped for it. Dude, I am too. Joey gives off energy like the kid who said, yeah, I skate too, and then showed up in rollerblades with the knee and elbow pads. I've never in my life worn knee and elbow pads. You son of a bitch. And I don't know how to rollerblade. That is pretty funny though. I'm so geeked for it. Yeah, dude, it looks so good. It's a Stephen King book about a group of people that get chosen to walk, and if they stop, they get shot. Holy shit, dude. I got fucking... I never heard of that. Did you say read or seen? Oh, wait, there's a movie based on it? Okay. But yeah, dude, I'm so hyped. I'm going to do the Tron trailer, and then I'm going to do the Mortal Kombat trailer. That's how stoked I am. I stopped stream for this. This is important, okay? Tron Ares. Dude, new Nine Inch Nails. Beer back on a pee, don't wait for me. Yeah, dude, new Nine Inch Nails music. Like, check this shit out, guys. This looks so good. I will. I'll look at it after the Mortal Kombat trailer. I'm so stoked for this. Is this the new one? This is the new one, yeah. And new Nine Inch Nails, like, this is good.
So much talk of AI and big tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like? When will we get there?
Like, I'm not the biggest Tron fan. Like, I think that first movie aged like dog shit. But Tron Legacy, Tron 2, banger. And then that Daft Punk soundtrack. And then here's the thing, guys.
Ultimate soldier.
What's with the Jared Leto hate?
Strong.
So usually a couple bad movies. He's a fucking stellar actor. And this movie wouldn't exist without him.
Supremely intelligent. And if he is struck down on the battlefield,
it's more been time. No, I don't get it. I think he's a good actor. He's just been in a few bad movies. He was amazing in Dallas Buyers Club.
You're not.
It's good. And that music.
What are you?
I'm looking for something.
This is so good.
Something I do not understand.
I'm about to do a double feature. We're gonna watch Tron 1 and 2 one of these days.
Malfunctioning program.
But also the bad movies. Jared Leto was good in Lord of War. Yeah, dude, Jared Leto's a great actor.
A feeling. Fascinating.
Like, I'm not gonna give somebody shit for being in a bad movie. He's a good actor. October Cook. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Like, at first I was against the idea. Like, okay, so they're invading our world in a way. But it's actually like, it's like the next logical step after the ending for Tron Legacy. So I'm not mad about that. Here we go, Mortal Kombat 2! Red Band trailer. Don't bring the kids, cover your eyes.
Uno mas, thanks.
You're Johnny Cage. I loved Citizen Cage when I was a kid.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
They should do a reboot.
Nobody wants that. Shit went out in the 90s.
I'm so hyped for this.
Johnny Cage.
Well, we got fucking. I actually liked what what Raiden was wearing in the last movie, but like, that's the Raiden outfit. He's fucking wearing it, dude. So I just watched this trailer today. It came out today.
You have been chosen to fight.
Yeah, outfits are great, dude. Dude, also, here's my theory. I'm pretty sure they're gonna kill Cole off in the beginning of the movie. Cole's in this barely. I think they're gonna find this motherfucker, and then Cole's gonna be like, "Get out of here! I'll buy you time," and then die. And then all the people that bitched about him in the last movie, they'll be like, "Yeah, he's in a frame." Yeah, he has like a second screen time in this trailer. Not a good sign. Die of shame. I don't mind Cole. I don't think Cole was like, he was unnecessary, but I don't dislike Cole. I actually wish they introduced Cole in the game. Remember when we were thinking that they might do that, Bloody?
It's a fighting tournament.
He's okay, but he's not the main. No, he's not. He's useless. Like, he was a studio mandate. The studio was like, we need a fucking audience surrogate. It's like, Kano and Sonya would have been perfect.
This is a war for the fate of your world.
But I'm pretty stoked for this. What if Cole gets into a final fight like he did in the first one at the end of the movie? I hope so.
I don't have transformer arms or shoot lightning bolts. This shit's got nothing to do with me. I'm an actor.
I find you annoying.
Not the face.
Gonna be dope. Yeah, dude, I'm so excited. Lou looks like he fights Revenant Kung Lao. He does. He does. Fucking Sindel.
To become the hero.
65-year-old Scorpion. Shao Kahn.
Fuck. It's showtime.
I'm so excited. This is so fucking cool.
Get over here!
Only the strong survive.
They double down, and I love it. Yeah. Well, it looks more like.
Freeze him!
Are you shitting me? You don't have any
Fucking Kano's back.
Incredibly handsome.
In the Netherrealm, like, this is so fucking cool, dude. Like, it looks like it's more in line and more like in spirit with the games. And it looks like they're leaning a bit more into the camp, which I think is do that. But the fact that he's in literally 2 frames of this, Cole's gonna die. They're gonna kill him off, which I'm like, he doesn't deserve that. What was the movie that your boy said to watch? Yeah, he's gonna make the ultimate movie sacrifice. He is. Hold on, your boy, are you here? What did you say to look up the trailer for? Oh, The Long Walk. Yeah, let's see. The Long Walk. Cooper Hoffman, David Jossen. 2 months ago. Goddamn. The Longest Wink. That's after stream. Hey, it's the dude from Alien, Romulus. Now, was that Kevin? Is that Kevin from Smallville? I mean, Supernatural?
Years ago, to inspire and
Cinna. Oh yeah, wait, Alien.
You're on candid camera. Man, you gotta not think about the things out of your control. Think about your plan.
Personally, I can't stop thinking about all that money.
Holy shit. Is this really a Stephen King book?
Okay, just keep walking. That's right. Just keep walking. Yeah, that's it, kid. That's it.
Second warning.
Oh my god! That's so fucked. Oh wow. It's like Squid Game, but one game.
For this contest, I'm not gonna go through the whole rule.
Is this a whole novel or is this like one of those short films? Yeah, it's a Stephen King book. I never heard of
The
this.
speed of 3 miles per hour. You get your ticket.
Bye, Sherry. All right, bye, Sherry.
Until there's only one of you left. Who's ready to win?
It's a whole book. Yeah, I never read this. 79? Dude, how have I never heard this? What if they got a poo? You better hold it. Or shit while walking.
But sometimes the body won't listen. For some, your heart will stop.
Oh my god, they're bleeding.
Others, your brain.
I kind of want to pay less attention because that crowd is getting thinner and thinner.
There's one winner.
There's a lot of spoilers in this trailer. I almost want to stop watching it.
And no finish line.
But this is a very interesting premise. I'd watch that. When's it out? Francis Lawrence is coming soon. How soon? Oh, dude, Running Man looks good.
Stop filming me!
But yeah, let's get back to the game. I can sit here and watch YouTube all night. Let's get back to it. Moira!
I can't believe.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'd watch that.
I didn't even ask her her name.
She might have just taken cover. We can look for her as we go.
Look for these nuts. Change costumes? Or no? Is that locked in from the beginning? Would you walk to theaters to watch it? No. My nearest theater is like...
So, Claire, why would the boss come here?
I mean, it's 2 miles, but I don't feel like walking that.
Neil just does things sometimes.
Actually, no. The Orleans for my apartment? Because I think the Orleans is the nearest theater to me. That's like a 12-minute drive. It's like 5 miles, I want to say. I mean, if that was my only way to watch it, I guess I would. No. I'm that inconvenienced. I'll wait to rent it. The only movie I think I would walk that long to watch right now would probably be Mortal Kombat. And then maybe Tron. Tron looks sick. Honestly, I want to watch Tron for the movie itself, but almost as much I want to watch it for the soundtrack. I love Nine Inch Nails. And here's the thing. Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, they score like a bunch of shit, right? A bunch of movies. Like New Ninja Turtles, they did Challengers, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Like, they're actually really good composers. But they didn't say Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. They said Nine Inch Nails. So we're getting fucking new band music for this fucking movie, and I'm stoked. Like, I saw that first trailer and they announced that, and I was like, why is that such a good fit? Because I know Daft Punk did that first movie, Pixar's Soul. I haven't seen Soul yet. I have Downward Spiral on vinyl still in the plastic. Nice, dude.
Everywhere.
Right on, dude. That's awesome.
Not right about this. Be careful.
Hi, Sherry. But yeah, dude, like, Nine Inch Nails and Tron, it just like, the moment I heard that, and I was like, yeah.
Behold Prometheus, who was bound to a rock for stealing divine power.
That's nice. Where's Neil?
I'm not even trying to lip sync.
See him again.
That's nice. Where's Neil? Find Neil? Alright. Young Neil.
We've got to hurry. Neil needs me.
He needs you?
Let's search inside.
Bitch, did I stutter? Oh shit. I'm jealous of your downward spiral. Cool. Nope. Nope, not yet. Also, bitch, you gotta reload, I think. Yep. Also, I've been drinking a lot. I gotta pee. You're back. I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, talking shit.
Yeah, our brother's dead. Sorry to break the news to you this way. But it's okay. Hey. If you need anything, okay? I'll be here for you, okay? We're gonna get through this, alright? Whatever you need, babe. Whatever you need. He looked pretty dead, yeah. The guy was purple, okay? It's okay. You need a shoulder to cry on. Mine's always open. Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! Well, lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Dicks. Dicks.
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit! Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Back. Thank you. Oh, ad break too. Nice. Gang gang. These nuts. Gang gang. Oh, I hit BR back again. You know what? I'm gonna try to beat this tonight. I got it for my wife as a gift for Christmas last year because she... Wait, what the fuck? God damn it, the game. Okay, I thought it was gonna be fucking broken again. Hi, Sherry. I got it for my wife for Christmas last year because she told me one time her stepdad was a cop and she hated him. So she played that song, Pig on Full Blast. Nice. All right, I'm out. I'm being summoned. Oh, have fun in VR chat. I'll miss you. Bye-bye. 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 Happy birthday to ya once again. Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate you. Bye-bye. Peace. Oh, I should be playing as yeah, her, so I can find all the secret shit. Kind of keep forgetting. I just want to like be, you know, the gun-toting one, but this game doesn't really reward you for that. Wait, another shotgun? Another shotgun? Why do I have two shotguns? Why do I have two shotguns? Oh, I see you. You know what movie scene I randomly think about? That scene from Austin Powers with the steamroller. Stop! That one. I think about that probably more than anybody should. With Michael McDonald or whatever his name is. Some shit like that. Okay, what are the stats? What's the stat difference? This one does more damage. This one has a higher capacity. More damage. More capacity. Oh, but less inventory slots. Shotgun with a good capacity, however, it isn't quite as powerful. How much ammo do I have for the shotgun? Honestly, let me see real quick. So we have 490 versus 630. What happens if I take all this off? Got 630. Okay, 490. Oh, you don't have a damage thing. Can I take that? Oh shit. Wait. Oh, okay. Damage level 1. Keep that on the handgun for sure. Scatter. The firing rate is lower too. Probably do. Fuck. I'll do capacity and quick reload. Oh. Firing rate's fine. No. Capacity, quick reload, and do I want it to scatter? I mean, I don't necessarily use a shotgun for spread, like not crowd control, you know? I think I'll do firing rate. No. Fuck. I don't know. I'll give you scatter since you're all this left. Actually, yeah. I'm so fucking indecisive. Alright. And when I get desperate and I'm out of ammo, I'll switch to this one. Anybody speak Russian? What the fuck does that say? Where's, oh, what's his face? In Lemon streams. Lemon has a Russian regular. I want to know what, I'm gonna translate. Suit! Oh shit. What, where? God damn! Oh, fucker. Suit! I got BP for that. Why don't you use your phone to translate with the camera? Did that. Thank you. Oh shit. Hold on. I do have the Google Translate app, so I could, but it's too late because I forgot. Oh shit! That fucker burst. You okay, Claire? My love? Claire's down, Claire's hit, no! We would also like... let me double check and make sure I'm not missing like a map or something. Map would be pretty sick right now. What could you just call me? Nice. Imagine if instead of turning into zombies, the T-virus just gave everybody really bad diarrhea and they couldn't stop pooping until they died. I'd rather just turn into a zombie. I'd rather the virus killed me and then turned me into a zombie. I wouldn't wish perpetual diarrhea on anybody. Actually, that's a lie. I remember somebody had posted. So I'm a big Brendan Fraser fan, right? And so back when he was cast in Doom Patrol, which I was very happy for him, somebody took a picture of him holding a bunch of snacks and they called it the Yummy instead of the Mummy. And I remember being like, hey, whoever made this, I hope you have diarrhea forever or something like that. I hope you have diarrhea for the rest of your life. What if the virus made you a furry? I'd rather die and perma hard. That's fun. That's pretty bad. Yeah, I'd rather just die, to be honest, than do all that.
A retinal scanner?
Like diarrhea to death? That's fucked.
It's not gonna let us
Damn
through.
this.
Which means we need someone else's eyeball? Yay.
What did I come back to? Read chat. That's what you came back to.
I swear.
Ah! Got him. Shiny. Oh, you got a shiny? Oh, I got a shiny. Shit. Nice. Wait, where? Where? Oh, there he is. That's a huge bitch. Here you go, Claire. Good job on the shiny, shoddy. Thank you. I didn't do anything. Dry did. Dry made it to where it's automatic. I got everything working again. Bloody Jay! Hey, what did you have to do? What was the issue and how'd you fix it? Tell us. Tell me how your adventure went. Or else. Many things. Good job on being the best mod dry. I think you guys are like co-best mod. Does that work? I can't pick. Cause you're on it when it comes to like shout outs and like the day-to-day mod stuff, but dude, Dry be setting me up with like some cool shit. I'm just here for the penis. Aren't we all? Take a number. I was trying to think of like a Limp Bizkit joke. Like, I did it all for the penis. Excuse me?
Of course this factory had to be a fucked up factory.
Yeah, it's like a maze. God damn. I did it all for the cummies. The cummies. Yeah. So you could take that cummy and stick it up your yeah. Stick it up your yeah. How do I unsend pictures and messages? Wait, you sent stuff? Oh shit. I don't even care about the penis. Whatever you got going on next door to the butthole is your business. I get off at the first stop every time. If you send them to me, Audie, they disappear from everywhere else. Is that how that works? Oh shit. I hear stuff. Wait. Oh, what'd you clip? What is this? Oh, Limp Bizkit? Oh, come on, let's see it. Let's see it. Oh. Hold on. Sorry. Fuck. God damn it. All right. Oh. Take a number. I was trying to think of like a Limp Bizkit joke. Like, I did it all for the penis. Excuse me?
Of course this factory had to be a fucked up factory.
Yeah, it's like a maze. God damn. Nice. Very nice. Yay! I like a chainsaw. What? A fucking chainsaw. What? Wait, where is he? There's a monster here somewhere. They're gonna kill me? Ah, there he is. Got him. Claire. Kia! Bitch. Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh wait, there's more? Oh shit, he's mutating. He's beginning to mutate. God damn, Claire. Fucking pathfinding sucks dick. Yeah. You know, oh my god, look at this toilet. This is like 3 times as big as fucking Moira. What the fuck is that? What toilet is this? Am I a child? Why is this so tall and why am I so short? Somebody fucked up the scale. This is a weird ass toilet. How about Claire? How's it compare to Claire? Claire's a little taller. Oh, never mind. Scale is fucked. Which I'll give them that. You know, scale is very hard to get right in video games, but you're also Capcom, so get on that shit. What are you doing? Oh wait, I'm supposed to be looking for something to get past the retinal scanner. Excuse me. I think it's down here, I guess. I saw this. I don't have a map. Give me a map, bitch. Ah! Need a key. Gonna lurk and shower. Do you need help? Let me know if you need help. I'll be right there. It's not an issue. You wouldn't download a toilet.
Claire?
Oh my god, wait. Guys, I'm gonna die. You should just accept your death quietly, like a grown-up. Wait? Hold on. Actually, what the fuck does that mean? That's the key that I need. Oh, artificial eye. And a key. Let me take eye.
Check it out. It's got a key in its beak. Let's find a way to pry it loose.
What? Like a chainsaw. What? Can I shoot the chain? Oh, also, I need some heals. Oh, nope. What do I do? What do I do? Do I accept my fate like a grown-up, like they say? Do I push this? Oh, wait. I probably gotta put... Okay, let me go look for a ball, like a marble or something to put in. That's usually how these work. Right? It's like, oh, take the shotgun, replace it with a broken shotgun. That's how that one works. But I feel like I'm actually gonna die if I don't... What's in here? Other side. This is where I came. God damn it! Where do I go? What do I do? Where do I come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Why hasn't there ever been a video game weapon that was like Freddy Krueger's knife glove, but instead of blades, there were individual chainsaws? I feel like Dead Rising has something kind of similar. Yeah, it's funny. That does sound like a... It sounds like a Dead Rising weapon. Oh, oh. All right, I'm gonna do one more round of searching. Do some soul searching in this game and see what the fuck I can find. That's where I need to go because I need the eye to get past the retinal scanner. That's locked. Then this is the bathroom with nothing in it. Right? Yeah, it's empty in here. Do you guys know how to get past the spike ceiling? What do you call that? I'm scared. Yeah, this is locked. Those have been cleared. It says to accept my fate like a grown-up. Should I just take it and just stand here? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. And if I die, I'm gonna be a little upset. I'm gonna be a little upset. I need the key. All right. Should I just stand here and accept it like a grown-up, like it says? I'm gonna die. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die. Ah! Put it back! Put it back! Okay, got the key. That made sense. I got it. Good one game. Oh shit. Oh there's shit, there's more. Are we surrounded? Get him, Claire. Dumb bitch. I'm sorry I called you that, Claire. You're not a dumb bitch. Ah! Claire, waiting on you. Oh shit. Ah! Fuck. Close. I save ammo. Got him. Got him. Sorry. Got excited. But I can hear more enemies and some dumb Russian music. What is this? I forgot what was locked. Was it... Hold on, okay. I'm gonna check the doors up here. Oh shit. It's this one, isn't it? I think it's this door. You're... Honestly, them shooting now, it's kind of game breaking. The rules have changed. Where? There. What? God damn it, Claire! Can't rely on anybody! That it? That it? That it? Can't read that. Alright, I guess we out here. Brah, brah. Sunk sucks. What? Where? What? Okay. Wait, I hear a monster. Alright, game. More bathroom fights? Don't jump scare me. Okay, shit, nice. Going up here. Yep. Oh shit, he's gonna explode. Rip and pop. There you go. Pop, pop. Oh, this is the same stairs. Oh, but there's more. Tight, 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 tight. Which means there's more shit down here. What do we got? What are we looking for? There we go. Lost in the dark, shed some light on your situation. Okay, Jigsaw. Oh. Is that it? Alright. What does Claire have? Claire has nothing. Alright, baby girl. Here, let's give you... exploding. Which means I'll take What the fuck? What is happening? What is happening? Oh shit. Get some light. Then what was the rest of it? Oh my god. Rip. You see nothing. What do I do? It says shed some light on something. Do I have to shine? Oh, I get it. Something has a black light feed on, so I have to fucking follow that. All right, let me give you this, and let's. All right, I'm gonna say.
Oh shit.
It's fine.
I really don't think we should go in.
You're fine, Moira.
Right. No sudden moves. Let's back up and think this through.
Shut up, Claire. I'm on it. Oh boy. Oh no, bitch! God damn it! What are you talking about? Is it a diverging path? It might have been a diverging path. We'll get it this time. I'll get you this time, Gadget. I think it was a splitting thing. Let's do it.
I really don't think we should go any further. Right.
Imagine if everyone brought mirrors with them all the time in the game. I don't think a mirror would do me any good here. I go here, and then I go this way. Can I get the fuck out of here now? Do I have to, am I good? I'm good. So I got, wait. What did I pick up? Glass eyeball. And I think I have to swap this out with the other thing so I can get like the real eyeball. That other room.
Could be useful.
Which I think was this way. Uh-oh. I hear somebody with chains and shit. Yeah. Where was that other room? I think it was on the first floor. I think I'm tripping. It's over here. You know, actually, I'm gonna try the eyeball here. I don't think it's gonna work. Retina scan. Nope, guess not. Yep, that's what I figured. So I gotta go down here, get in this other fucking room, and then swap out the. No, wow, where was that other room with the? What was that? With, like the spiked ceiling that was coming down. Is it over here? I'll find it. I'll find it. It definitely wasn't upstairs. No, that's the bathroom. I'll check every goddamn door if I have to. Will you though? I will find it. I will find him. Found it. Oh shit, it's full. There you go. And then there you go. Did it. It will.
I don't know why that makes sense, but somehow it does.
First time? Actually, this is Moira's first time. Did it. Hit it. Break it. Okay. Ammo and a gun. Got a magnum. Nice. Combine? Funny. Oh shit! I startled me. Thank you. Pick it up. Pick it up. God damn it, game. All right, I gotta figure this shit out. Okay, so actually that might be good. I have plenty of tourniquets. I don't need any more tourniquets. I can't combine that, so we both have 1 or 2 spots. So I think we're okay for now. Hey, look at this guy.
Moira, look. Inside that corpse. Is that
Side.
what I think it is?
What's this supposed to be?
Liver replica?
Looks like some kind of body part.
There's a map here too.
Cool.
Here's where the waterways under the
Nice.
the tower. But that asshole statue is blocking the way in.
Picture the demon, your boy.
The gods punished Prometheus by sending people.
That's my boy.
Now I know what this is supposed to be.
Now get the fuck out of here. How do, and where do? That's not where I go. No. Hold on. Where do I go? How do I get the fuck out of here? Not in there. I think I was on the right track. Not in here. So let me go downstairs. No, it's not through there. Not through there. Stop here. Idiot. Oh, let me get rid of you out. Cute. I'll get my ammo back and then I'll take a magnum. You see that video of the memes with John Bernthal and says he's always trying to tell you something? You see that video of the memes with John Bernthal and it says he's always trying to let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Yeah, let me tell you something. Yeah, I can see that actually. That checks out. I have not seen the video, but I can hear it. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. He does do that a lot, doesn't he?
Neil, where are you?
Neil? What about the girl?
Oh yeah, the liver. Oh shit, look at that. In the memes. I've not seen the video, but I'm a very good sniffer. I have an idea of what's happening.
Then let's find
I've sniffed out that meme. I posted it in the Discord. I'll check it out later.
It smells like cow shit.
Oh shit, I gotta play as Moira so I don't make sure I don't miss nothing. Factory Chief's Journal 2, written in Russian. My factory is ruined! Ruined! And it's all thanks to her. What the hell is the meaning of those traps she set? She says security. I've never seen security like that. What the hell is secure about any of this? She's got some twisted ideas in her head. It must be her parents' fault. Who knows what kind of horrible abuse they've subjected her to. I gotta watch my temper. I went too far. Started yelling at her. She showed me, though. She reneged on her promise, and now she's ruining the show. Running the show. I don't want to piss her off anymore, so I keep my mouth shut. I know my place, and that place is staying alive. That was too easy, sorry. After all I have left is my life. Aww. Oh, motherfucker. Get off her! Bitch. That went horrible. Oh boy. They coming? Alright, I'll see you in a minute. She what, the promise? Oh shit. Kia! Oh, reneged. That's funny. I see what you're doing. You know what that means? Like she said she was gonna do, but she didn't do. Like when you have a deal and you're like, nah, changed my mind. That's reneging. Oh shit, nice. Topaz, bitch.
It's a butchery for killing livestock.
Yeah, it is. Awful on.
Frickin' filet mignons do you have to make to produce this kind of blood?
Oh, it produces 2. That's what happens. Sick. That's actually good to know. That's great to know. Yeah.
Something's coming.
Where is it? Oh no, not another one! Okay, worth it. Worth it. Fucking, I hate these guys. Moira, open the fucking thing. 3, nice. There'll be something good in here. Hey, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take this call. Be right back. Taken, so you can't. Well, you know, after.
Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt. Oh.
I'm screaming, Joey. Yes. Oh, so it is this. It really? I didn't know. I don't think I might have seen it, but I didn't register it. First one. Period. I was not aware. Thank you for teaching me. Now I know. Now I know. And knowing's half the battle. The other half is violence and murder. What am I doing? All right. Shit.
Oh, 8 down sights? Oh, I know, right? I guess I could technically fake it. Ah, shit! That was a real scream that time. Fuck! I hate you. I hate you! Give me my knife back, bitch. Oh, Lord, they coming.
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Come here. Oh shit! Am I going the right way? Wait. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck! You fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way. Check the DMs. Sending me. Oh my god, you're wearing the hoodie. That's my lucky hoodie. Overnight. That looks cool. Wanna watch it with me awkwardly till the comedy comes in? No, I'll probably have my penis in my hand. Thanks for very often though. Fuck was not on your side tonight? No, it was not. Neither was Skill. I fucking suck today. Who's live? We got Lily Montana playing Silent Hill 2. We got Lily Loves playing Pummel Party. You got Pig Madison playing Quiet Pace. We got Super Sleepy playing GTA 3.
Are we gonna do the anime voice competition thing right now? We're gonna be super friends. Oni-chan.
Oni-chan. Chotomate, iku.
Uru. Amazingly engrossed like that.
He's coming out of the glory hole.
Get back in your glory hole, chicken.
The cock is going in the glory hole.
In Soviet Russia, cock beats you.
Yeah, beat his ass. Oh, glory hole.
He's in there. Zordon, he's coming out of some sort of intergalactic glory hole.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you boys want a PP cam? When? When? Right now. This is it. I'll take you guys with me, alright? It'll be like the Joker video, you know? Oh. I'm a man of my word. And this is for you, Cyber. Let's see. Camera's not big enough, buddy. I'll need an upgrade.
Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! I'm about to lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit. Later, Prince. No, I did not. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang. These nuts, gang.
Fat takes a steak, no!
Sucks about a shotgun ammo, but there'll be more, you know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What?
Yeah, our brother's dead. Sorry for breaking news to you this way. But it's okay. Hey. If you need anything, okay? I'll be here for you, okay? We're gonna get through this, alright? Whatever you need, babe. Whatever you need. He looked pretty dead, yeah. The guy was perfect, okay? It's okay. You need a shoulder to cry on. Mine's always open.
Don't touch me. Oh, fuck. What? What? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You saw nothing. I meant to do that.
You the man now, dog. Sean Connery. No, one of my favorite lines in the whole franchise of 007 is that's a Smith & Wesson, and you've had your shit. And he like shoots it in the back twice. Like, my man. Must be dreaming. But this game is less Sean Connery and more hello, baby!
You're not gonna believe this.
I'll make you Randy.
I'm in a room full of gold, bullion, and bearer bonds. Must be worth hundreds of millions.
Okay, alright. Yeah, right. Hello, egg on my face. Crumpets. These are scones.
How many are there?
Well, I'm American. It's biscuits!
Save
my daughter. And tell her I'm sorry I wasn't better.
Tell you're a bitch. It's supposed to be super scary. Oh wow. Dude, she's like farted blood out. She's like, bah! And there's like a pool.
Self-destruct sequence has been activated.
Oh shit.
I use a voice changer to hide my identity. He's just like Ghostface. What's your favorite position?
Alpha team is flying around the forest circle, situated in...
Alright. Did I break the TV? Daddy, I'm sorry!
Claire, run. He's a swell guy. Known him a long time. And I asked him. You can ask anybody. I asked him, Joey, why do you talk about two so much? And you know what he said? It's okay. And then somebody starts defending it in the audience. He's like, beat the shit out of him. Get him out of here. Keep his coat.
This is amazing. Oh, what up, Salt? Do you go by Salt or Tofu? I've been teeter-tottering. How's your day going? Paint me like one of your French girls. Can I? Promise?
What game is that? Black screen simulator? Grinding? Lucas like shouted out Pokeball or Pokecatch. That's funny. And then I heard that, I was like, oh shit, like is my fire alarm going off for a second?
Like I did a sculpture of my, not my cat, but a cat. And then somebody said I really captured their pose. And I was like, thank you. Like it could be like the smallest thing. Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time. I like your shirt. Cool hair, dude, you know? Because then hopefully that makes their day a little bit better. You never know. Someone out there remembers you for being nice to them on a bad day.
And I'm back. Sorry, everybody. Let's get back to it. Welcome back, bitches. Does this work? Oh, no, it's over here, isn't it? Ah, got it. And, oh, 3. Damn, this was something good in here. Sit. No! Alright. At least this would make me start all over. That'd be annoying. If you were a wizard, what spell would you cast to annoy your opponent? I curse them with... I always said tinnitus, but apparently it's tinnitus. I'll curse them with that. Be like, you can no longer sleep. Oh, shit. You can no longer sleep without a fan on. That's what I curse them with. That would be pretty annoying. Because I have that. I have tinnitus. Tinnitus. I like saying tinnitus, but apparently that's not it. Apparently it's tinnitus. You got no camera? I got camera now! Thank you for telling me, though. But yeah, I would curse them with that. Constant ringing in the ear. This is mean, isn't it? You better like rain noises on YouTube or having a fan on when you sleep. You motherfucker. No, you! How dare you? How dare you? Teeniness. Teeniness. Yeah, Bloody, you have that too, don't you? I would cast Phantom Poop, which means you always feel like you have to go poop, but when you go into the toilet, you don't feel like you have to poop. You bastard. What circle of hell did you come from? A little. Yeah, I have it. I've had it since like, I think 3rd grade. Because I remember telling my mom, I was like, Mom, I always hear like, ee. I remember telling her that. I don't know what started it or what did it. And it's not bad, because I know like some DJs out there, they probably fucking, they're living in hell right now, but it's an annoying thing. Oh shit, that'll explode. Oh, there's gonna be a boss fight in here. Hi, Shuri. Sorry, I'm busy. No brushes for you right now, you attention whore. I've dealt with it some. Have you had like temporary tinnitus? Because mine, it's always there. See, I think that's where I came from. Yes, that sucks. I know you told me before. You know what's funny? Just out of curiosity, last time I went shooting, I was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna take it off. I'm just curious. So I took off my little, you know, noise canceling ear things. And I was like, just a couple. I was like, pa! That's not so bad. Pa, pa, pa. Okay, it's bad. I put them back on. Yeah, it's loud. It is. I was just curious. Because I was like, I need to know, right? If I ever have to shoot a motherfucker, I'm not gonna be like, all right, hold on. Okay. I would cast No Maidens, but it seems somebody else has already done that. Nice. That's a pretty good burn, dude. I cast the No Bitches. Let's crouch. What are we doing? What's over here? Like, imagine waking up half awake, half naked, pulling your gun and shooting someone in the dark and being blinded by the flash to defend yourself in your home. Yeah, no, that's real. That's what happens, you know? All right, let's go. Oh shit, what? Okay, I'm gonna hide over here and let these ones destroy each other, right? Is that what happens? I think that's what's gonna happen. Hopefully, that's why you just use a shotgun. I'm picking up my shotgun next month. I'm really excited. It's the same one that Vinny has. I'm pretty stoked. Are they gonna... Oh, that's bullshit! Those should have collided! Wait, what do I do? Do I shoot? Do I shoot something? What do I do? Crouch, bitch! Crouch! Ah! What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Claire, no! Claire, we're gonna die! Run, motherfucker! Where? There's nowhere to run. Oh, man. Tell him, Shuri. No, yeah. She's just staring at me, too. It's kind of scary. What do I do? Hang on. I need the key. Is there a box I can put in the way? No. Shame. Wow. Yeah. All right, hold on. You saw that, though, dude. They collided. There's, like, no way those wouldn't hit. Unless I stay behind these ones and hope for the best. That makes no sense. There's nothing here to shoot. There's no switches. I'm gonna do the Blue's Clues thing again. Do you guys know where I have to go? Oh, it's right here. Can Homegirl give me a boost? I can send it now. Claire. Oh, I can. Okay. Sit tight, Claire. I'll come back for you.
I'll take care of this. Hang tight.
Also, I probably shouldn't have done that. Okay. All right, Claire, give me another boost. Oh, wait. Actually, kill me. There's an item up there that I just didn't get that I should have. We're gonna try that again, and I'm actually gonna pick it up this time, okay? I know what to do now. All right, last time. Actually, I'm gonna go as Claire, so I don't have to waste time switching. All right. Sneaky. Joey, no, it's okay. It'll work out in the end. They're kind of thick. Thank you. Alright, wait for them to pass. Give this bitch a boost. But I think I have to be standing. There we go. Okay. It's like everybody else is like, oh, what a horrible experience to be in. And to me, I'm like, you got a nice ass. I'll be right there, Claire. Well, I'm looting. Claire, I'm sorry. Fuck. All right. Ah, shit. All right, I'm sorry, Claire. Can you give me a boost after? Lurk. All right, thank you for the lurk, dude. You want to take a rub one out? I knew it. Oh, I had to switch and get her out of there. Gonna sleep. All right, well, thank you for the lurk, man. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you for the gift subs, and see you tomorrow. I do possibly see you tomorrow. I'll most likely be there. Nah, just tired. I feel like you're fine, dude. Night, bloody. You're good, dude. Yes. Yeah, I'll probably see you tomorrow. I'm most likely going. Why am I yelling? What's tomorrow? A friend invited us for drinks, Cards Against Humanity, and karaoke, which I probably won't sing unless I get like blackout drunk, and nobody wants that, so I'm probably not gonna sing. I wonder, I think this is my only opportunity to get this, so I'm gonna do it. Oh shit, it's right here, isn't it? Yep, and then next one. Cool. All right, get it. God, fuck. Okay, and then rare parts. Ah! Okay, made it. The spinning blade towers remind me of the episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where your life points went down, the blade that sent you to the Shadow Realm gets closer. I gotta rewatch old school like Yu-Gi-Oh! I haven't seen that since like middle school. I remember fucking loving Yu-Gi-Oh! Dog. But yeah, that's what's tomorrow. And the fucker lives in Summerlin, so that's far. It's like a half-hour drive. But I love my twins. Oh. And I guess that's it. What key is this? Slaughterhouse key? Alright. Damn it, we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight in here. I know it. Noise sounds fun, shoddy. I mean, I'd rather stream. But if I don't hang out with my friends, they'll stop inviting me. I hated it when the first came on Saturday mornings. It would take 4 weeks for one card battle to get done. Especially when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was battling Pegasus. I mean, it's the same shit as Dragon Ball, right? It's just instead of like these epic fights, they would be like, dude, fucking he activated, oh, his trap card, what? And then the episode ends. But now I'm gonna worry about that. I can just fucking binge it. Wait. Oh. What in the saw trap is going on? We're gonna fight. No fighting. Shakira. I never really knew that she could dance like this. She make a man want to speak Spanish. Como se llama? Sí, bonita, sí. Mi casa, su casa. And then she goes, oh, baby, want your holler? Like, why did she sing like that? Eh, whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and shame Shakira. She a good singer. No fighting! Whatever he yells.
Could use your help.
Oh yeah, you open this one. Hi, Shuri. Same spot? Fuck. The one thing I know is our hips don't lie. They don't. Those lips, those hips are some honest motherfuckers. Damn, I have a lot of shit. Shakira, Shakira. I'm on tonight. Uh-huh. What do you have against Shakira, Shoddy? She's a talented singer. A great dancer. What the fuck is gonna happen? Oh, I gotta do some shit. Okay. Hey girl, I can see your body moving. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I gotta lead it? Oh.
Wait. Okay.
Oh, wait here, bitch.
Stay there. Roger.
Stay there. Stay. Okay, she's staying. What is my opinion on Shakira? She's mid. That's your opinion. Welcome back, Jay. What? Oh, I gotta hit the hook, probably. Swit! Oh, fuck. Wait. Let me hang out up here. This might be a little easier. Ah, damn it. Wait, what does this do? Oh, nothing. Joey! Okay. Alright. Oh, too early. You still fucking with your computer, Jay? How many of these do we need?
We have to add more blood. That lady is sick.
Yeah, she is. No, I'm playing Dragon Quest. Which one? 1? I played Dragon Quest 1? Ah! What system? Emulation? I need more details than that. Seven on PSX? Nice. Oh, fuck! Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Claire, come here.
Follow me! On my way!
Fuck. What are you doing, Claire? Well, I'll read that in a moment. You said something emulated. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You were talking about 7. I thought you were playing the remake of 7 on 3DS. Is there a mod where you can hit by a zombie your character says harder, daddy? Probably. Claire, you bitch. Claire, get the fuck down. Oh my God, Claire. Oh my God. Oh, he's mutating. Is this guy gonna get up? Probably. That's fine. So Claire.
Stay there.
Then.
Wait. Okay.
All right. Let me know if that motherfucker gets back up. God damn it. Okay. This guy's still dead? Okay. How many more of these do we need? Cool. Sick. Tight.
Claire, something's about to take. Follow me. Yeah, right.
Follow me. Any Oddworld fans? Yeah, I got that deliver for Prometheus. Gods were like, how dare you give them fire? Yeah.
They're gonna gang up on us. We have to get out of here.
Going. Uh-oh. Ah, God damn it! Hurry up and die. Oh boy. Is there more? You good, Claire? She's fine. Is this the last time Claire was playable outside of the remakes? Oh my God! Oh, I got them both with that. Hell yeah. Fucking motherfuckers. Keep going, Claire. Oh, nice. Oh, I thought you missed. God damn it, Claire. Claire? Claire, get out of there! Ah! Fuck, I can't see shit. God damn this game right now. What did I throw? Is he alive? Why can't I see? Okay. Oh boy. Is he dead? Okay, he's dead. Let's get the fuck out of here. I want to check out my map. Oh, honestly, that explosive barrel probably would have come in handy. Fuck! Good, Moira? She's good. I'm out of herbs, but we're good. No herbs and spices for us. Honestly, I should have just ran into this room to fight. Also, stop with the fucking alarm. You're bringing attention to us. Alright, that was rough. I guess that's what healing items are for, right?
Okay.
This fucking liver. Hey!
Fucking statue!
You dicks.
And we all had a blast. Come on.
Nice. Good one, Claire. Sapphire. Wait, what did I miss? Wait, hold on. What? Nah, that scared me a little bit.
Hell is he saying?
Some Russian bullshit. I don't know. Oh, why is Claire? Oh shit.
Go!
Oh shit. Actually,
Screw the experiment.
we're timed now.
I knew this was a trap. Claire, run!
Gotta go, bitch. Jeez. Oh, that dude's gonna attack her though. Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh, motherfucker. Come on. Come on. Okay. Let me through, you motherfucker. Can I light that again? No. Just fuck. Oh my god, where do I go? Where do I go? X? X on what? Oh. Wait, I don't know what to do. Fuck, dude. That's not nice. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Where do I take this? What do I do? Where do I put it? I'm gonna die. How far is he? Oh, fuck. Guessing this falls down here, right? Or can I block him? Fuck off, bro. Does this work? Ah, shit. Where is he? Oh, he can climb. Fuck. Fuck. Is he dead? Oh, nice. Okay, that works, kind of. But now what? I gotta give myself a little boost. Little boost. Can I run with this? No, of course not. Oh, I see. I'm a little dumb. I wasted time. That was like a whole minute. If I die, it's okay, because I know what to do now. Now I know. We got this, Moira. Did I go left or right? Oh shit, what's in here? Shotgun? I'll take it. It matters. To move forward with no knowledge is to risk your life. Choose the proper knowledge, however the answer may not lie before you. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Alright, is that right? Alright, Moira, we're good. We're Gucci. We made it, I think. Fuck. Moira! What do I do? What did... Oh, nice. I picked... Luckily. Oh. I'm being big brain playing online chess. Are you... Okay. How are you doing? I'm glad you like chess. That's kind of cool. Whoa! Oh, shit. Alright, so... Okay, it's water. I was gonna say, we're deaf, and then we have broken bones when we land, but it's water. We're fine.
Come on. Let's just get out of here.
I keep losing my horsies.
Claire, this is it.
I like that's what you call them.
That goes to the tower. Overseer's been watching us.
Do you remember what they're actually called?
But if she thinks we died in that explosion,
We gain the element of surprise.
we're so close, Moira. I can feel it.
Did you tell your parents I kind of taught you chess? Night snare. You know what you win? You win this. A slightly drunker Joey. Oh, I should have shot the rat.
Neil and the girl weren't in the factory.
Oh, wait. You're playing as Moira. I keep forgetting. Like, I have to play as the searcher.
Neil didn't write that message. He couldn't have.
God damn it. Why is Claire the only one that can open doors? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, this guy! I remember him.
Put it down.
We'll call him Nikolai or something. What do you think his name is?
I not know this thing you are
Mirai 2002?
No bracelet.
Same year as the remake.
Do I look like a woman to you?
Holy shit, old man. You don't know what's going on? You've got to get out of here before it's too late.
Old man, no.
Stay my home. Now go away. You people come to our beautiful.
Whoa. What do you mean, you people?
Whatever.
Just kidding, sorry.
Things happening now. Do not have me help. Go die your own place.
We'll do. Capacity and firing. Oh, my issue isn't really rate of fire, to be honest. But I will give you more capacity. Can I give you the same type? No. Upgrade you. And I'll upgrade you, and then you get the capacity. If I okay, even though I'm out of ammo, that's fine.
Stupid dinosaur. I'm so sick of men like him.
You mean men like Barry?
You say, hey, let's turn left. And he goes right, just so he can feel like he knows that.
Yeah. My big brother was like that growing up too.
Chris!
I fuck up that one time and... I didn't need his help to feel bad.
I mean, you did shoot your sister. Just saying. I hear monsters. Look at the monsters! Oh shit. Are you guys bad? Oh. I guess not. I wish... Oh, there's something in the water. Where? Scared. I heard that. Can I break these? Why? Oh. Right. Hey, Claire. How you doing? Fancy meeting you here. Hold on to it. I have a lot of tourniquets. Oh shit. Nice. Topaz. Topaz, bitch. I don't think we can fit in there, so I gotta get back up there somehow. Oh. Oh, look, there's stuff up there. How do I do this? Alright, is there like a ladder? Oh wait, can you give me a boost, Claire? Yes. Almost had it. What? Where is it? There it is. Fuck. Cleans away gunk can be used if in possession of your partner. Everybody gets one. Oh. And all right, Claire. Can I give this to you from here? Shit. I'm just gonna. Oh. I'm going to just get rid of one of these. Oh, I can't combine it. Ah. Ass. Excuse me. Wait. Did I put this in the water? Fucking Claire, move. Move. Oh, don't climb it. Silly goose. Claire, the big girl. Alright, Moira, I need you to fuck off just for a second. Can I not drop this in the water? Alright, well, it's down here, so I guess that's good. So when I inevitably raise the water, then I can do it? Because I need to stand on it. Grab it now? How do? How do? Because I see that stuff up there and I want it. Can I push it? Can I just try pushing it rather than... Quick. No, she can't push it. Alright, I'm guessing when the water raises, I'll just swim and push it? I don't fucking know. Do any of you know what I have to do with the crate? Over there! Over where? That's fine. Alright, Moira, we're gonna go look for a lever, okay? I know I saw one over here somewhere. I saw something. Oh. Over. I was under the waterfall, which showed me a few things. You know, there's a lever up there. Oh, can I climb? Like, can Claire climb and then give me a boost? Oh, okay, Claire can climb. Which means Moira can climb. So what? We got some monsters in? What's happening? That's not what I wanted. Game. Wants me to go that way, but I don't want to go. What's in here? Alright, I'm confused. Let's keep looking. Oh shit. Pretty sure this is where I came from. Yeah, this is where I came from. Oh, and Claire can customize some shit now. So let's go there. Let's get that at least out of my inventory. Easy hit? Ooh, what is that? Expand the bullet hit zone. What would that be better for? A Magnum that has no ammo? Probably the handgun. That'd be kind of nice too. Honestly, that would be pretty dope for the handgun or the Magnum. I like to imagine. Moira, get back in the water. All right, we are going. Ow! Somewhere. So down there, all I did was raise a gate that I can't do anything with. I can climb up here. Give me a boost. Spread field. Oh, never mind. Also, I hear monsters. She's shiny.
Could use your help.
Got more parts. God damn it. Let's go back. How do I get down here? Yeah. I don't know where I'm going. But I do want to go back to equip those parts. Quick ad break. Probably for the best, to be honest. I feel bad making you guys watch me wander around lost. Do I have it? No, gotta get it. First, 2 bullets at once. So that led nowhere. See, I have to look for more parts where I can get like a little boost happening. Some boost action. Oh, this is dead end. God damn it. All right, we're going this way. Sorry, Claire. And anybody who's watching. There was that. But for real, now what? So I went over there. I got the crate, but I can't do anything with the crate. It won't let me push it into the water. If it can, I'm doing it wrong. Is there anything over here? What? Oh, god damn it. Uh-oh. This is bad. This is bad. This is very bad. Oh, god damn it. Where's the wipey shit? Oh, no. Fuck, how far back did that send me? Actually, can I do some skills? What do I got? Oh my god. I hate those enemies. Like the big with the fireballs, they're annoying. Alright, bullshit. First shot after changing weapons. I guess I could abuse that. Wish I had magnum ammo. That's annoying, dude. Did I really have to do all that over again? Did it save at least when I like upgraded my bullshit? Sure. Heal me further. God damn it. I'm about to make a beeline. God damn it. I think so. I'm about to make a beeline over there. Oh, nice. Oh, good shit, game. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Wait, motherfucker. Got him. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, shit. You know what game wouldn't have you annoyed? Swords and Sandals 2. That game, like, I'm glad you like it. I really am. That does not look like a game that I would like. Personally. Got him. Yes! Fucking Uzi for the win. Holy shit. Where is he? Where is he? I hear it. There he is. We're good. Hell yeah. Is that what you're up to tonight, you boy? Are you just playing that? I mean, can I do this and then... Oh! Is this what I need to do? Is this some secret shit? Oh, god damn it. Alright, Claire, you're up. Oh, and then I'm gonna walk around here, and then I'm gonna hop over there. Okay, hell yeah. Wait, why can't I? Claire? I gotta heal. God damn it, you idiot. Why'd you fall? I should be telling these bitches to stay where they're at. You know what game? I do wanna play that game from the movie Stay Alive with Frankie Muniz. Yeah, but if you die in the game, you die for real, dude. How? Can she make it? Is she gonna fall again?
Wait. Okay. Stay there. Roger.
You got me fucked up, man. How do I get down there, though? Okay, I just fall. And I'm gonna raise the water, and I'm gonna swim. Yeah, yeah. Figured it out. Figured it out. Unless I die right here.
Follow me.
This doesn't help me. Oh, wait. Or does it? No, this is like a Natalia thing. God damn it, game. Oh, there's more. So what you're saying is if I play the game from the movie Stay Alive, there's no downside? Nice. Thank you for the redeem. I got the topaz, but like there's this stuff up in that one area that I really want that I don't want to leave behind. Over there. Over here. I can't move this crate into the water or something. I'm guessing maybe I do this for Barry and Natalia. Because it won't let me push it into the water. I don't know how to get over there. I want it. And this thing is the key. It's the key, but I don't know how to get it into the water. Is it gonna be an asshole and I have to do it on a very particular spot? No. Alright, whatever, Claire. Let's get the fuck out of here. This game's being mean. Actually, I'm not even positive this is where we need to go. Oh, yeah, I am. What's a Krogunk F? Yeah, it makes more. That's cool. I always imagine Barry's last name as McCockner. Barry McCockner? Nice. Oh shit. I hear stuff. What was that? Actually, yep. Knew it. Exploding. I like the exploding ones. Those are the best. Decoy's okay. You know, as far as sewer levels go, this one isn't that bad. Ah, shit. Get him, Claire. Get him. Not what I meant. I believe that killed him. Man, died in poo-poo water. I can't imagine. And they're gonna start hopping out of the water and be like, you know, that's usually how it goes. See? Time for a fight. Where are they, though? Fucker. He should be dead. Any more? What was the point of that? Just to lock. Yep. Oh shit, they're in the water. Claire. I can't dodge in the water, you dickheads. Claire, get your head out of your ass and kill them. Fuck. Not quite what I wanted, but it'll do. Oh, we got that big motherfucker over here. Is there more? Wait, what hit you? You good? Yeah, I can't dodge shit. You dead? Got him. Got he! Oof. Spooky. Alright. They should make a mod where all the zombies are Eminem, and when they're coming towards you, they just quoting his songs. That could be fun. Like the bosses just do the rap god fucking you know the one. Oh nice, I'm following Natalia's footsteps. Why does she have like blue light paint on her feet? Like, I'd be very suspicious. This. That it? Alright. Oh, shit, nice. A zombie will come towards you and go, you know what rhymes with orange. Nice. Okay, we're actually doing pretty good on herbs. Disinfectant. There's a monster over here. Pop out. I hear the bubbles. Do it. You're scaring me. I feel like there's more to do here. And you know what? I take it back. Fuck this sewer level. I see the bubbles. I'm just waiting to get attacked now. Claire, boost. On me uppies? Get up there. Oh, it's over here. Okay. I knew. Oh, goddamn, that's a lot. All right, Claire, you're up. Oh, shit. All right. Bring it on, motherfuckers. Oh, shit. Alright, I'm gonna play as her just because I'm pretty sure they're gonna start turning into those big poppy dudes. The poppy polyps one, you know? Or there could be a mod where the zombies are all virgins, and when they're coming towards you, they just start yelling out, hey, do you want to check out my Warhammer minifigs? I'm about to paint them. Very nice. Warhammer lore is actually pretty cool. Now, I know there's a joke there, but I'm being serious. Motherfucker. No more. Don't pop out. Okay. I'm just pushing Claire out of the way. Damn it. Oh, I guess I could drop down from here, which is what, yeah, it totally wants me to do that. Whee! Whee! Oh, actually. Oh boy. Claire, no! Alright, Claire. Thanks, bitch. Oh shit. Oh shit, Moira, get down! Good girl. Keep blinding him. Doing great. I take that back. You dead? I think we got him. Holy shit, good. Good shit. Alright, let's do that again. Actually, can I make him pop from up here? I heard that, bitch. Wait, what did I say? I did say something dumb, didn't I? Oh, good girl. That's funny. It makes you feel better. She got attacked immediately after. No, it's fine. Shoddy, you're acting hysterical. We'll talk when you've calmed down. We done yet? Oh. Cool, I didn't realize I had a free bottle. Alright, let's go. Let me out! This level won't end.
We must have reached the tower by now, right?
I think so. What's this?
Looks like a grave.
It does.
I think the tower is just above us.
I hope we can still get the drop on her.
Let's look for a way up.
Up on her. This bitch has been monitoring our path the entire time. What are you talking about? No more alcohol. Well, that alcohol. This one's fine. A eulogy for my brethren. I followed Master Alex to this island of Zabitij, which she has codenamed Number 46. Is that a Plan 46 reference? Our efforts have brought prosperity to the island, but more than that, we have come to help the Master achieve her goal of rebirth. You have performed splendidly in your tasks, even in your final task to provide the Master with valuable data at the cost of your own lives. We are bonded in our servitude to the Master. I consider you my colleagues and my friends. I will help the Master to finish the work which we have all started. I promise that your sacrifices will not be in vain. May you rest in peace. Dang. Release our sworn comrades. If you wish to know the truth, swear your allegiance in order. Then only then can you cast away your shackles of sin! ! To the first, you were always foolish. so you will have no grave. To the second, you shall bear your visage upon your back. To the third, you shall neighbor the fourth by thee, but one row behind. God damn it, this is for a puzzle, isn't it? To the fourth, you shall lose your head. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Boom. All right. Me out. Oh shit. Oh shit, this is a big area. I don't like the big one. A lot of fighting. Get lost. Ooh, green herb. Ooh, piece of candy. Instructions for Stewart. Stewart? The samples have arrived from Africa. The infection rate is extraordinarily high. It has a lot of potential. I should have expected nothing less from a fellow Wesker. Get this to the research chief and have the staff start working on it immediately. It is only a matter of time before T Phobos is complete. I have everything I need for the final stage of my plan. Right. Oh no, Alfred! Oh. Stewart's valediction. Master Alex, it has truly been an honor and a blessing to have served under you these past few decades. Damn. I consider myself lucky to have been witness to your scientific genius and your vision of the future. The world does not need order, and I believe it is you and only you who is capable of accomplishing this feat. I, as well as other researchers, are all bonded together in this belief. To ensure your survival, we have worked tirelessly to complete the transfer procedure. The vessel we have selected is without fault. I have every confidence that your procedure will go flawlessly. To come this far, we have had to make countless sacrifices. My faith in your vision is resolute, so I prepared myself to shoulder the mental and emotional burdens of the sins that I would be committing. But I do believe that before your plan can succeed, we must first atone for our sins. So I have been taking necessary steps for atonement. The remaining researchers you have been dealt with. Oh, the remaining researchers have all been dealt with, and I too shall soon follow. This will help you follow to perform the procedure without any distractions. On behalf of those who have served faithfully by your side, we are grateful for the opportunity to help you accomplish your ambitions. Eternally, your servant, Stewart. Rip Stewart. Here. Stewart. I just found out the song Fate by Linkin Park samples some music from the movie Russia with Love. I can hear it. I can hear it actually. I am a little bit of loneliness. Little bit of disregard, handful of complaints, but I can't help the fact that everyone can see these scars. I love that album. But yeah, I can hear it. From Russia with Love has a pretty memorable score. Oh, Jesus. It's gonna be a fight. I'm just glad you said today you found out. Or you found out, right? Because it's so stupid, but one thing that kind of triggers me is the I was today years old when... Then insert whatever. I don't know why that one gets me so much.
Still no sign of your
I'm actually getting fucking sleepy.
He's not my
I gotta at least finish this fucking episode.
Alright. Shit. Look, there's something I gotta tell you. I noticed something when Neil was with us. His bracelet never changed color. I mean, the living dead were coming at us from all directions. He must have been scared.
No. There's no way. Got it? End of discussion.
Look, Claire, I know you were boinking him, but maybe, just maybe, he's in cahoots with the bad guy. Over here. Way out. I need a key. Watch, I'm gonna hit this door and then I'm gonna get knocked back by an enemy. I'm gonna go, whoa, and then fall in the back. I'm calling it. Okay. Shit, nice. A letter to my compatriots, my fellow visionaries. The time has finally come. Everything has gone as I said it would. That all that remains is for her to hold up her end of the bargain. And then I can finish what we started 7 years ago. Just one little sample is all I need to change the world. But the world is already changing, and not in a good way. The latest incident in Africa is just proof that this kind of madness will keep repeating itself until nothing is left but tragedy and despair. The world needs someone to take charge and lead it through these dark times. Lansdale was right, of course. What he tried to do in Terra Grigia, people call him a villain, but he's a hero. He was trying to save us. I understood that as you do. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to realize his vision. He was the only one to see that sacrifices were needed and that something good can be built on them, even if it means dealing with the devil herself to do it. Okay. Wait. Oh. Fucking move, Claire. Damn, go. You're getting fucking stacked with ammo. Magnum ammo though, that might be a problem, but I got a lot of everything else, so that helps. But oh shit, nice. I know it. We're gonna have a big ass fight. Like, oh, machine pistol, yeah. Charge shot. Charge shot. Gain the charge shot ability. Hold down the trigger to increase firepower. It doesn't really work with these. Yeah, that's a shotgun thing. So capacity, load, firing. I mean, if I'm charge shotting, I'm not really going to worry about firing rate, am I? Let's try it. Actually, no, because I tried the charging shot in, I'll add it to this one I'm not even using. I remember using the charge shot in the first Revelations, and it actually wasn't that great. I barely noticed that it didn't need the extra damage, and it significantly lowered my rate of fire because I'm holding and shooting, you know what I mean? It wasn't special, so I think I'll just stay the course with what I have right now. Oh, that's right.
This list.
Terra save. Neil's a bad guy.
Burton,
damn it.
Travis, Redfield. It's got all our names on it.
Neil, you son of a bitch. You played just like a goddamn fiddle.
Claire, I'm really sorry.
Sorry your fake boyfriend is a dickhead. Is that Neil? Look at that guilty motherfucker. Neil? You bitch.
Alright.
I need chapstick. Where's my chapstick?
Good work.
Don't you wish you could just like force pull like anything like the chapstick or the remote? Like, you know that movie Jumper? That movie's stupid. It's not a good movie. I'm not recommending it. I kind of liked it. But what I'm saying is there's a part in the movie when he's like sitting on the couch and then the remote is like 3 feet to his right. He teleports just enough to reach it. Like, that's what I would use my teleporting powers for.
But he was smart enough to pass the torch before he did. You played me.
Neil, no.
You thought you could create a new terrorist threat to justify the FBC. A monster like you could never understand.
That voice. He sounds like Yuri Lowenthal a little bit. Is that just me? Am I reading too far into it?
Are you crying?
No, you're crying, bitch.
I'm just learning to see a little more.
Hey, raid. Holy shit. Gracie Teal. Dope name. Dude, thank you so much for the raid. Gracie Teal. Thank you. Did I spell that right? Project Zomboid. Oh, how's Project Zomboid going? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for trusting me with your audience. Wait, what? What is that? I can't read that. Is that a follow? Did you join the party? Okay, okay. Well, thank you for the follow too. Gothic Cowboy. That means a lot. It really does. Hi, everybody. My name is Shattered Limits. It's my birthday. I'm a variety streamer, and I have a heavy emphasis on Resident Evil. My goal when I started streaming was to finish all the Resident Evil games, and then I fell off. And then Moist Critical decided he was gonna fucking do it, so I'm like, I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna beat him to it. I'm gonna play all these ones. I'm gonna play Outbreak with my friends, and I'm gonna play the Java games, the Java mobile ones, and the Nokia N-Gage Degeneration. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. That means a lot. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. I'm probably gonna suck right now. I feel like a boss fight's coming. They threw a lot of ammo at me, and we all know what that means. I hope everybody having a wonderful night. I know I am. It's been very chill. I took time off. That means, like, lazy, not working Joey is a happy Joey. My name's Joey, by the way. You guys call me Shattered, Joey, your pick. But welcome in, everyone. Nice to meet you. I don't suppose any of you guys are Resident Evil fans. And thank you. How was your stream, Gracie? I'm calling you Gracie. Gracie Teal. That's a good color. You guys Resident Evil fans? Why me? Not complaining, I'm just curious. It's nice to meet you. Stream was good, long but good, haha. I've always wanted to play Project Zomboid. I always wanted to give that one a shot. Oh fuck, this is gonna be a boss fight. No! Everybody's gonna watch me be terrible. It's okay, I have a lot of ammo, and they're gonna make me use it right now. I'm a Resident Evil fan, but I'm not good at completing them because I'm a squirrel. She is busy digging graves. Are we digging up zombies? What does that mean? Oh, he is gonna mutate. Oops. Oh, he's doing shit. Look at that. You don't own that ball? Well, I do now.
There's no bringing the FBC back.
Do I have enough money? Damn it. Boom! Oh, I had to threaten my friend who was stealing my things. Oh, that bastard. So I dug him 2 graves to kill him twice. Nice. Ouroboros? Oh, they brought Ouroboros back. So, Resident Evil is my favorite franchise. I played most of them, and then it was just my main motivation when I decided to start streaming. I was like, I'm gonna play them all. The first one was a big enough lesson. Oh, this bastard fucking... Are they griefing you? And then you're like, I'm gonna kill you. And then they did it, and you're like, you know, I'm gonna kill you again. Claire, no. I chose you because I saw your completion list for the spookies and thought I'd pass my spooky fan friends along. Well, I appreciate that. That's really nice of you. Glad I could send you a birthday raid though. Yeah, that was actually really cool. Well, actually, now I think about it, it was my birthday. It is now 12:45. My birthday was yesterday, but thank you. I don't know. Okay, hold on. I'm a little scared. Welcome in. Where is Chris at in this game? And what I mean by that is on the timeline. I know what you meant for Resident Evil. Where does this take place? So this game takes place between Resident Evil 5 and 6. So Chris is probably on that fucking mission where Finn dies and he gets all emo. So that's probably what's happening right here. It counts. Yeah, it counts. It's not tomorrow till I wake up. You know what I mean? But thank you for trusting me with your audience. Don't mind my costume. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Moira, help! Okay. All right, hold on. Sorry. I was wondering about the costume. Yeah, don't worry about it. So I bought it. It was the complete edition. And then I didn't know it came with costumes. So I turned it on. I loaded it. And they were like, pick which costume. And I saw this and I was like, duh. Good luck. I'm going to go pass out now, but I'll catch you again next time. Have a good night. Good night. Gothic Cowboy. Gracie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the family. And hi everybody. Have a great rest of your nights. I don't know if I'm doing this right or not. I'm scared though. Ah! Okay. He's turning red. That's gotta be a good sign. Wait, am I winning? Oh, he's got a weak spot. Oh shit. Look at me. Look at me, Hector. Uh-oh. Alright, fuck. Oh, shit. Where'd he go? Oh, he's doing shit over there. Alright, hit this thing. Run into it, run into it, run into it. No! No! Okay. Dude, I'm like running low on ammo. What do I do? Oh, shit! Moira, help! Holy shit. Does the flashlight work? Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, my God. I'm not doing well. I'm not doing well. Oh, fuck. Oh my God, what do I do? Down here, you son of a bitch. Oh, wait. That's gonna grab you later, isn't it? Oh my God, stop it. Did I do good? Oh, there's ammo everywhere. Picked some of that up. Wait, do I not have fucking space for that? Ah, no. I'm sorry, Moira. Oh shit, I got magnum ammo. I don't suppose anybody new here has played this game. Got any pointers? I played it like a decade ago. Bitch. Ha! You know, if I was the T-Virus and I saw Claire wearing that outfit, I'd want to get inside her too. Yeah, boy! Lurking, I'm getting tired. Well, thank you for the lurk, Shotty. Don't overdo it. Oh, shit! God damn it. Here, I'll be funny later. Ah! Fuck. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Oh, fuck. Fuck! Oh my God, I need more ammo. I need ammo! Holy shit, man. Oh, what? Through the building? Oh my God. Who did that? Thank you. Ah! Fuck no. Dude, I might die. I need ammo. Give me ammo. Moira, no. Moira, give me ammo. Give me health. Pass. Okay. Where'd he go? I'm panicking a little bit. I'm sorry, everybody. But that's what we're here for, right? This is content. Where'd he go? He's up there doing shit. Alright, clear the floor. There's shotgun ammo over here. Fuck yeah. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Fuck, man. Fucking... Ah! Moira, heal me. Moira, I need you. What the fuck? I know that scream. Oh wait, that's not a dead scream. Moira, please, 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 please. Ah! No, don't combine! Oh my god, Moira. Pass. Okay. Oh boy. I'm running. Can Moira actually do stuff? What's Moira doing? I don't know what's happening. What's happening? Is this wait? Is this heating him up? Holy shit! This is working. That makes no sense, but I'm here for it. Well, if I die, I know what to do next time. Down this side, and then please die. It'd be really cool if you died. Just saying. Oh, I'm out of ammo. That's horrible. Okay, well here's the thing. I want him to kill me now, because now I know what to do. Kill me! No, don't heal me. I said he kill me, not heal me, because I know what to do. It's all about Moira's flashlight. She's the win button. Okay. Yeah, now I'm completely out of ammo. Alright, kill her. Damn. Here. Kill me, bastard. I'm right here. Come here. Come here, monster. I'm gonna stop healing me. Alright, yeah. Do it. Do it, you son of a bitch. Now I know what to do and save ammo. Unless I can... I am
just want this
fucked. I've literally no ammo. Fuck, man. If you could bring back one game franchise, what would it be? You know, part of me wants to be a smartass and say Metal Gear Solid, but it's kind of back. That would be my choice if they weren't. Well, there's no new Metal Gear, right? Just the remake. But that would be my choice if it's like an active franchise. Otherwise, fucking Dead Space, man. They took that shit from me twice. They killed it twice. Mega Man. That's a good choice. I would say personally Dead Space. Metal Gear is like kind of not in limbo anymore, but it's not in the state that I would like it to be in. So I would say Dead Space.
Apparently, this is our stop. Let's see what's...
I would choose Def Jam Wrestling, but with a new generation of rappers in it as well. I mean, they would have to, right? Damn, Claire's a badass. Claire, no!
Thanks. I think.
This fucking outfit. Her ass is hanging out. That's funny. It's hard to take any of this seriously right now.
Neil, where did we go wrong?
I know what to do. Just so you guys know, this is what determines whether or not I get the good or bad ending. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, Moira. They shoot Claire, give her easy out. Nice ragdoll, and just crushes Claire to death. Claire's dressed like those women at country bars that sleep with guys because they have lifted trucks.
Claire. Don't scare me like that again.
Aww, she's eating. Sorry, this cat just exists. I'm just like, beautiful creature.
I have what I need. Nothing will come between us now, my sweet. You and I will be good friends. We'll know each other inside.
Hey, Drew's is playing Split Fiction. Nice, good game. B, god damn it! I've been getting B this entire fucking time. Total of 50,000 BP. Full viral alchemist. Brotherhood. Here's my resignation. Monster Neil figurine. Don't look at the Sploders. Sploder figurine. They're called Sploders? And stay down! Nice. Man, 15,000. Holy shit. Alright, what do we got? Increased firepower. I'm way less than 10% of ammo remains. The crowbar does rock. I've not once finished somebody with this goddamn brick. Sense, that's a good one. Follow up with the brick once per enemy. Not really doing that though. I don't even know how to do that. Barry just punches motherfuckers. But I do like the awareness. The charge attack. I like it. Let's do that. Crouch advantage, firepower with sub weapons. Ooh, that's a good one. And then after changing weapons, the first shot after changing weapons, I could definitely abuse that. Withstand killing blows. Increases distance covered when evading. Ooh, that's pretty good. If anything, I'm doing that just to unlock that. And sure. Gain the ability to attack with a knife while oh yeah, that's not. Claire and Barry become able to perform a follow-up. Oh no! I wouldn't, if I would known, I would have. Okay, next time. And then knife speed. Knife speed's pretty good too. I can jump. Alright, I think we're done here. Hi, Sherry. Hi. With the strongest light. Oh, alright. See what you did. Alright, my cat's really cute, but she distracted me. They should make it a Resident Evil game where Albert Wesker. Where is Albert Wesker? And it's through the point of view The whole game. Oh, his point of view. I'd be down for something like that. Like Wesker's report the game. That's a pretty face.
Alex.
Alex Wesker. It can't be the same woman. Where's Moira? What have you done with her?
And the rest of them beneath a mountain of fear and despair.
Nice. Well, there's so much off-screen stuff that you could have done what we don't know about. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they've tried to hint at and talk about. Like I said, look up on YouTube Wesker's report. I think there's 2 of them. And it kind of talks about what he was doing up to, like, I think Code Veronica. And I think it's canon. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Barry, over there.
I need a good evil laugh, you know? Kill you later, alligator. I don't know. What would you say in that situation? Oh shit, they're going slow-mo on us. Very nice.
Come on, keep moving. Can you walk?
Oh. Cool. Oh, is me have to carry her? Fuck. Papa. You're my new papa. Oh, I was just kidding. Alright. Alright, let's go.
Alex Wesker. She's responsible for the experiments.
I used to work for her adopted brother.
She took Moira away from me. And now I'll never get... And all for fucking what? I'm sorry.
Just what kind of... I don't understand. What kind of place is this anyway? It's a weapon. It's really powerful. Especially against living things.
I'm sorry, I can't.
And I have this. Barry's dumb, but he's got some of the best lines of the goddamn franchise.
It's my problem, not yours. Just take it easy.
Give me a map. Give me the map, Scott! Dick.
Barry, are you okay?
Yeah. I was just thinking about how I used to go for walks like this with Moira and Polly.
Were you a good family?
We tried to be. Moira and I fought a lot. Even after she grew up.
Was it
Moira's kind of a jerk.
bad words?
Saying. And Barry,
She just did that to tick me off.
you had kids. You should have locked your gun away. I always imagine Barry has dementia. I don't see that.
Playing in the house. I forgot to lock up my guns.
There we go, yeah.
And Moira,
Polly had an accident. Yeah, Moira shot Polly. She lived. But Moira was like, how dare you, Barry? It's like, bitch, you shot
I
her?
raised my voice at her, and I guess I never really got around to taking the blame. Polly survived, thank God. But not me and Moira. We started drifting apart.
I think she's still.
Unless, were you the butthead, Barry? Were you like, God
I appreciate
Damn it, Moira!
I'll tell you this much. I couldn't save her, but I'm gonna save you. I promise I'll get you off this island.
I know. Thanks, Barry. It's okay.
Moira, you bitch!
All right, partner. Down you go.
Fuck off. Fuck off me. You know what that means? We're gonna go right back down and see if we missed anything. Because you got the fucking eye. I would bet my left big toe. We missed something down over here. Only you can see, little brat. Watch, I'm just wasting time. There's nothing down here. Speaking of butthead, when I was at 7-Eleven a couple days ago, someone came into the store and started yelling, the air pump machine charged my card, but it wasn't working. You need to put aside on it, butthead, and then he left. Oh, see, I knew it. There's something. It's all rifle ammo. Shit. Oh, let me combine some shit. What do we got? We got smoke powder, odorous, chemical. Anything that explodes? Let's do the chemical. Chemical does explode after a while, after it lures motherfuckers over. Damn, an ad break already? Sorry, everybody. Yep, I knew it. I would have just left. I was tempted too. I feel really bad that Claire and Moira literally have no ammo left. I had to melee that final shot. Because I didn't realize that Moira fucking... her flashlight was what made him overheat, which makes no sense. I get the blinding thing. I saw you. There it is. Got it. Got it. Ooh. All right.
There's something ahead.
Yeah, there's monsters in there. A flashlight can make things overheat. There's some flashlights that can start fires and cook. Yeah, but those are like the special, like laser beam, military grade, fucking insane flashlights. Like those are special cases.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Oh shit. Barry! 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 Did I get him? I think I got him. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. Got him. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I play as this little girl so I could find all the items. That's what the sub character does. Ooh. Wait, are these the invisible ones? Oh, oh, shit. Choose your handgun. Samurai Edge. I have one. It's an airsoft gun, but I got one. Given to me by my friend.
We're not any safer down here.
It's an airsoft gun, but it's really cool.
Yeah.
Also, the company that made that, if I were to have an actual Beretta, apparently for a few $1,000s, they can then turn my Beretta into an actual Samurai Edge, and I want it so fucking bad. They ain't got that kind of money. You guys need to get up. Oh shit! That's not nice. Oh shit. Only you kept your brick on you, Moira. Not Moira. Natalia. Stay down. Fuck. Dead? I think that might be dead. Moira. Not Moira. I keep calling her Moira. Talia. Oh shit. There, get it. So, pass. Use. Oh. Barry, I really need that flashlight. For that much money, you could buy a really nice gun. So for that much money, so I'm not really like a gun nut. I would pay the money for a operating Samurai Edge for sure. My priorities are. Nice, good shit, Barry. $2,000. I'd rather buy 1911. My friend just bought a 1911. Die! Alright, got him. Oh shit. I hear more zombies. Yeah, where is he? They actually sound close. Are you over here? Oh, there you are. No! Oh, now you decide to fucking attack. Alright. Halia. Hell, $800 you can get a Smith & Wesson Governor. One of the best revolvers in my opinion. I think a revolver's cool. I don't want one. I'm cool with my 9mm. And my shotgun I'm gonna get. For now. That's how it starts, right? Oh, fine. And oh shit, nice. Hell yeah. Cool. The Governor can shoot 45 cowboy rounds. It could also shoot 4 10s. And if you put in a moon clip in, they can shoot ACP rounds. I mean, that sounds cool and all. Up here for me? Can I climb with this? Wait, but Natalia can. Natalia. Actually, no, he would press A to give her a boost, and he's not doing that, so it's a no-go. Oh, brick. Oh, okay. This is for you. Oh, she has a brick. Never mind. 4 10s are mini shotgun shells, so that revolver is also a shotgun. Nice. dead. He's dead, Dave. We're all dead. Oh shit. Oh no, wait. I don't have enough space? Talia, hold this gun for me.
The monster!
Where? Oh. Got it. Fuck. AK-47 or the assault? Oh man. This one has a bigger magazine. Am I gonna lose my add-ons? My just won't stop coming in. I'll do the AK. That sounds kind of cool. What's nothing's over here? Oh, oh! Can I climb that? Yeah. Oh, but I was already over here. Never mind. It's a waste. Sorry, everybody. Man. I hear like a lot of... Oh shit! Why didn't you warn me? Is it? Is it? Hold on. It is. Got him. I didn't want to use a magnum round, but it felt right. Also, I forgot I had to keep playing as this. What? Right here. Sprint, girl, sprint. And I have a brick now, so I can fuck those little spiders up. Oh shit! Nice. I missed that last time. It's also grayed out, so maybe I didn't. Old guy. Oh, he is. He dead? He's old. He's dead as shit.
Leave him be.
Poor man. He died all alone.
Moira's cell phone. Old man, wake up.
This is Moira's.
Molly, it's me. I think this is the end.
Oh wow.
I wanted to tell you I love you. Very. Daddy. I'm sorry, I was a bad daughter.
Oh.
You're not the bad one.
Barry.
I'm here. Let's go.
He right there.
I'm gonna wreck this island for what it did to her.
I'm gonna wreck it. Actually, Moira, you pick up all this shit. You do the work, little girl. Go over to the mines. Old man's journal. July 19th, 1988. Goddamn. I need to practice my English, so I write it in this journal. Write in this journal on every day. Every day I write, but I have no words. Now I have a good reason. Today I welcome first child to the world. Her mother give her the name Irina. It was my grandmother's name. I object, but I cannot win against stubborn woman. He writes in a Russian accent. She has eyes and nose of her father, but mouth of her mother. We will raise her to be healthy, strong girl. This year island is good. Have spirits again. Mining business goes well. My life is pretty good for me now. I want to give Irina the same feeling when she is older. It's my responsibility now as a parent. Irina, already 6 years old. How time flies. She loves to imitate her mother. Her mother hates it, probably because imitation is perfect. Little Kroshka is very smart. She likes math. Her grandmother liked math too. Irina's smile helps to take mind off worries. The mines have become dangerous, and now they make no money. Island condition is worse and worse. I might have lose job too, but this is no time for a worry. This island is our home. I want to give it to little Kroshna in good condition. It's my responsibility now as parent. Irina now 12 years old, already rebellious, more like mother every day. I don't understand women. Now I am embarrassed to her until she needs money or a request. Speaking of women and money, a woman comes to our island. She promises to bring back industry. I have a job now to help build new facility in the mine. I thought mine was finished, but she has a use for it. She is loved by all. They call her a savior, our benefactor. My mother always said to never trust people with money. The poor worker is more reliable than rich capitalist is good advice. But the rich woman is helping us. It is Irina's 20 years birthday. I could be celebrating, but I'm worried. Next week, she will go work in mines. I was against it, but Kroshna will not listen to me. He has not for years. Why start now? Irina is stubborn, just like her father. She used to always say, I guess she was right. It has already been a year since you left us, my darling. I don't trust the people in this facility. There's something wrong about them. But everyone else thinks me stubborn old man. Maybe now Irina too, but I know I'm right. Just hope Irina realizes soon. I have not seen Irina in almost 1 year. Something bad is happening to our home. People become sick. More things I cannot explain. I know is all because of that woman. She smells of evil. This was to become Irina's home, but too late. I leave this town, everything, but island is my home. I will not leave. No place to go. So I go to sewers. I stay here. Things will get worse. I know it. Irina, be safe. I will find you. I promise, Kroshna, for all your father have left. I like how his English slowly gets better with each page. Less confusing to read. Firing. Okay, so it did keep it. Okay. Okay. Well, rifle barely has any ammo. Move. Also, let me compare. Firepower is less. Capacity is higher. So you get damage, you get recoil, and you get daze. You get. Right for this might be kind of good, actually. All right, cool. We in business now. Fine.
Let's get out of here first. Stay close, okay?
I will.
Nice. Oh.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
There's some right here too. You know what, Barry? I should play as you, probably. Die! Die! Why is this so satisfying?
A dead end.
Nope, not quite.
Looks like we can open the sluice from higher up.
Sluice? I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I've never seen that word before. That's a new word for me.
Natalia,
sluice.
open the sluice from that side.
Okay, hang on.
I'd be like, what's a sluice? I don't know that word, my boy. Where is Barry? Oh, he's right there.
Good work, Natalia. Keep it up.
wait, there's ammo over there. Holy shit. Oh, that's a brick. That's not ammo. God damn it. Alright, another sluice. Try this way, but I'm scared of the monsters. Oh, oh! Barry, Barry, Barry! Is that it? Okay. That's it for now. Oh, oh, I see something moving. Oh, it's a... Come on, Barry. Yep, figured. Oh boy. Ah, motherfucker. Hi! How you doing up there, Natalia? Good? Any monsters on you? No. Fine. Can I pick this up? Oh, I can now. Now that I loaded. Broken bottles. Ah, there's an empty bottle right there. Drop? Can I pass anything? I guess I could use an herb, but that... Oh. Shh. That for sure. Fuck. Actually, come on. Take a tourniquet. And then... Fine with... Floating bottle. If you kill a zombie in this game by shooting him in the head, whenever the airplane that releases the gas that turns people back into humans flies by, give those... Oh, wait, I'm sorry, dude. If you kill the zombies in this game by shooting them in the head, whatever the airplane that releases the gas that turns people back to the humans flies by, gives those people you shot in the head as zombies stay dead. So here's the thing. These guys have been dead for months. So that's why they're all like grosser looking than when Claire and Moira fight them. And then that was a completely different virus in Vendetta. If that's what you're referring to. I think that's what you're referring to. That was the... It's not the C virus. What the fucking virus was that? But it's a different virus. But yes, if you were to shoot... Even, okay, so yeah, even if that was that virus, and people were to shoot them in the head, and then they go down, yeah, they would still stay dead.
Barry, shoot this thing in my way.
How many different letter viruses are there? There's the T virus, the G virus, C virus, the T Veronica virus, the T Phobos virus. There's the TG virus. I said C virus already. Probably another virus I'm forgetting. This is the progenitor virus. Oh, you said lettered. Sorry. At least 6. There's probably another one I'm missing. But also there's the progenitor virus. There's Ouroboros. There's the Plagas type 1, Plagas type 2. There's that slave master Plagas. There's the Metamycete. Yeah, there's a lot of shit.
Natalia, the sluice!
Got it.
Why, Ayada? Bitch. If you wear a paper mask like we did for COVID, do you think it would help against the virus? It depends on the virus. Some viruses are not transmitted airborne. Some of them are through body fluids only. Some of them are gas only. So those ones, no. Because usually when the games portray them, they're usually like in such a high concentration that doing this won't help, you know? Hang out right here for a second. Barry clears it out down there because I see some shit. Uh-oh. 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 So yeah, to answer your question, I don't think it would help. Oh, I could stealth these guys right now. Oh shit! I thought I could. I panicked. Right in the dick. I don't want to shoot that one unless I have to. Oh, you know what? I do have to. Great, right there. And they're gonna get up. Maybe not. Yep, yep. Yeah. How long do you have before a virus takes over someone's body and you could clap zombie cheeks without getting infected? That is above my pay grade. I have no fucking clue. Like, I don't know if I would assume it could be sexually transmitted. You certainly don't want to fuck a zombie. Unless you do. And I guess that would depend on the virus, to be honest. The C virus is almost instantaneous. I guess it depends on the level of infection. What? Where? Where? Oh shit. Dead? He's dead. What if it was zombie Jill? Still a zombie. I would have to say, I would have to advise against that. Where? Oh, nice. Pa! Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Natalia, I need you. Where is it? There it is.
There's something over there.
I know. Does this help? Probably not. Oh, it does. Nice. I didn't think that would work. Oh, nice. Man, this girl is like no fear.
Barry, shoot this thing in my way.
Natalia, the sluice!
I know, dude.
Got it.
Making sure that zombie behind me doesn't get up. Damn, Barry. That is a... Well, let's get it. Oh, I can climb that too, but I'm not gonna. Not yet. When is this gonna end? Kind of dragging on a little bit. Let's go! Imagine if they made a political game and called it President Evil. That would be funny. Are you a fan of Billy and Mandy? Because there's... I don't know why I remember this. There's a point when I think Billy's playing a video game and it's President Evil. Seems just like Sherry from 2. So you can climb and keep a brick on you. Why don't you fucking keep the brick on you every goddamn time? Natalia, huh? Can I push this over? Oh, I can. You're gonna explode on Barry? Please don't. That's not how explosives work? Okay. I helped. See? Left the brick. God damn. I see something? I did! Oh, wrong button. Combine... Exploding. Assault rifle for Barry. Barry Burton. B-dubs. B squared. Oh shit. Oh wait. Oh shit. Barry? Barry? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh shit, I didn't see it. Wait, is this an insta-kill? I was supposed to... Oh my god. Oh nice, that's pretty cool. I didn't know. That went the hell fast. Hey, how far back am I? Thanks, game. Oh, you know what? I pushed the doodad. Maybe Barry should have shot it. That would have helped. Hope so. Here, Barry. Don't say I never did anything for you. Also, I'm a little annoyed that there's one of those invisible motherfuckers in there, and then there's zombies in there. It's like I can't focus. I have to split my attention. This idiot can't kill zombies. And Barry can't see the invisible one. That's mean. Just prime. Oh, get my inventory. Thanks, game. Fine with... Is that random? Because that was ammo last time. Alright. Hang out right here and just think for a second. Barry's gonna switch to his assault rifle. Got it. Wait, there's another one? Where? Where? Talia, where? Oh shit. Got it. Hey, we good? I think we're good. That was stressful and a little annoying. We got one more of these dinguses in here. Yep.
The monster's coming.
I don't think that worked. Do it. Kill it. Oh, that's kind of bad because I can't see it. Talia, no! Oh shit. All right, Barry, do your thing. Oh my god. Okay. I kill it finally? All right, cool. My first. Dude, she sucks with the brick. All right.
Need your help.
Gucci, Barry.
Duh, I'm a sluice master.
Oh shit, Barry behind you. Got it. She, bro, she. Oop, that was close. Good shit, Barry. Big bag. Big bag Barry, that's what they call him. Oh. Safety brick. No more sewers. Sewers suck. Wait, Natalia, no, the brick. Oh, fuck. Back up? No. That's a big ass jump for a little girl like that. Is it called Big Bag Barry because he carries the whole game? No, actually, if anything, I think Moira does. But I like the joke.
It's getting closer.
Honestly, that was the best I've done against one of those guys before. Also... Oh, sick. So something over there. Berry. Oh. Oh. We're there yet? We're there yet? There yet? There yet?
Okay, we're out. Now to pick up Wesker's trail.
Right.
Right.
You know, you don't have to come with me for this.
I'm staying with you. I want to know the truth as much as you do.
Imagine breaking the lock with a knife in one swipe. It's like super strength.
Once upon a time, this must have been some kind of mine.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to. It is 2 a.m., so I should. So this is where I'm gonna call it, everybody. Who rated me? What was her name? Gone now, but I wanted to say thank you again to Gracie Teal for the raid. Everybody, now keep going. All right.
Remember something. I think that might be around here somewhere.
Okay.
I
Let's
twisted my arm.
and look for a way across.
Are you even watching? You said that kinda, just because like you don't want spoilers, right?
Until she does.
Just listening. Been here about playing my own game. What are you playing? Oh yeah, Dragon Quest. Oh, I saw Sparkle. I did see a Sparkle. How's that going? On PSX. How's the load times in that? Because like I like RPGs on PlayStation as much as the next guy, but like, you know, nowadays you really feel the load times. You good? I never played that one. Oh, remap. Right on, brother. Oh my god. It's gurgling over there. Head 2. Stop, evildoer. Come on, that motherfucker got slave feet. Oh shit, he coming. Oh lord, he coming. So it. Oh wait, no, I'm going the wrong way. I gotta go back and see what the sparkly was. Oh shit, there's stuff in here. Have you heard the new Fred Again song? Who's Fred Again? Why do I know that? Who's Fred Again? Victory Lap 2 that just came out. Shit's a banger. No, I don't know that song. Where was it? It was this way. Oh no, I did pick it up. God damn it, Joey. That's okay. It was worth going back because I totally forgot your stuff. Like this powder. I can combine shit. Oh, get up. That's terrifying. Fred Again is the name of the artist. No, I figured that. It's just I've heard. Is he a rapper? What is it? What is this?
Hell are we now?
Fred from YouTube. Oh fuck. Fucking hate Fred. So glad Fred died in that fire. I'm just kidding. Whatever the fuck happened. I'm just kidding. He's not dead. It's just the character's dead, which is good. He makes beats and EDM music. This game is pretty good. I like this one. I don't know if I like it more than the first Revelations. Kind of on the fence here. We'll see how I feel about it once I beat it. This one definitely feels scarier. Little air quotes. I am enjoying it though. Like Revelations 1 felt more like a traditional, not quite traditional, but you know what I mean. Like what Resident Evil was doing at the time with like 4, 5, and 6, just single player without a partner. This one, it's doing something new, which I appreciate. I like the idea of the partner character.
Looks like the whole power source.
Not enough Jill Butt in this game. Yeah, but we got Claire Butt.
Placement to get this baby moving.
Dare I say it, just as good. Jill over Claire. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. You know, it's fine. I need to actually watch that.
No power. That's a problem.
Give me a fucking boost, Barry. Can I give you a boost? Guess not. Oh, what the fuck? I know what's gonna happen. Now I have to push like a generator down, which means we go up. We go oop. What's Claire's OnlyFans? It's Spreadfield. Claire Spreadfield. Where the fuck do I go? Alright. Oh. YouTube.tv/Fred. Is that thing still doing that stuff, or are we finally, is the world finally rid of fucking Fred? Where do... It looks like I can climb on it. Oh fuck. Well, let's get to a checkpoint now. I don't know. Does this open or no? I need the... Okay, alright, we're gonna figure this out. Can't go that way. Oh, can Barry give me a boost? No, I tried this already. Barry? Barry? He's telling me. Oh, hold on. Is there like a crate that I can... Oh shit, can I go in here? Damn it. Go in here. Oh, I didn't even see this over here. Oops. All right, let's fight for our lives now, Barry. Found something for you. Treacherous son of a bitch. That's right. I heard what you did in the mention. I heard what you did. Sure, Claire forgave you, but she ain't never gonna forget. I meant Jill. Fuck! You're my own fucking joke! fuck is that? Cool.
What was that?
Fine, and let's make fireball. A lovely sound.
This one's dead too.
I can't searching. I can't get in there. Fine.
This one's dead.
Fine, fine. Don't send the tiny person to do tiny person shit. Irina's last words. Irina, no! I just read about you! The bodies continue to pile up here. There's so many. My god, what have we done? That woman, that Alex. She didn't come here to save us. She came here to destroy us! She played us like a goddamn fiddle! I'm gonna say that every opportunity I can. My father was right all along. All she wants to do is make monsters and people die. We've been helping her do it all this time. How could we have been so stupid? She injected us with something. I don't know what it is, but they start to itch. Then their bodies, they just start to fall apart. Once the blindness sets in, that's the final stage. Just a matter of time for me too. Oh, Papa, I wish you were here. I wish I could see you again. Have a good night. I'm actually going to bed. Oh, god damn it, Jay. I should have left. Peace out, Jay. You streaming tomorrow? You're streaming tomorrow. You stream every day. You're probably the most consistent streamer I know. This island is done for. There's nothing left but death. And I don't know how much time I have. I don't know how much time I have. Oh, wait. I don't know how much time I have left. Can't be long. Sorry. Punctuation, people. My legs already feel funny. Itching, starting, no focus, pain in my joints. God, it'll pop. Yeah, shorter stream tomorrow. My 12-hour shift starts tomorrow night. What time are you streaming? You've been streaming a little earlier, huh? Usually I think you go on like 2 or 3. Right? Well, I'll keep an eye out. I should be up. See you tomorrow, bud. Have a good one. Yeah, 2 or 3. Yeah. Everybody, follow Jay Conquers. He's fantastic. Variety streamer, play all the Castlevanias. Right now he's playing through all the SMT games, the Shin Megami Tenseis, and the oh, Evil Within, nice, and the Fatal Frame games. Good dude, good streamer. Good night, Jay. You trifling son of a bitch! Ooh, damage 4. Nice. Let's see, that's kind of dope. You're getting damage 4. Getting 2. And I guess I can give damage. What does that make it? Yeah. All right. Worked out well. Let's do this. I don't like that sound. Stop it. Just checking. You turn the machine on. Oh shit, there's something right there.
Must have been the power switch for the conveyor belt.
Oh shit.
That should help me get things from point A to point B.
Oh, I thought I had to get in there. Alright, well... Get in here. Oh, I can. Sick. there might be a monster in here.
Good God, what a mess.
I'm gonna be sick.
I'm gonna throw up. Bunch of bricks.
We could probably use this power source.
Uh-oh. Bye. Oh shit!
Shit. What the hell is that thing?
I can't see. Oh shit. Talia, help! Wait, motherfucker, wait! Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Oh shit! Oh my god! Can I at least have a chance here? Put me down. Put me down. Am I dead? I'm dead. Alright. Well, I was trying to do earlier. Time for me to say goodbye. This isn't goodbye. This is see you later, okay? So, real quick, we're gonna step into my office here. Well, which one do you guys want? Let's do... I like this one. Don't mind the frame rate. All right, we're gonna see who's live right now. We're gonna get the fuck out. Who is live? We got Pelk myself. She's playing Undertale. We got Sonia Asahina playing Liza P. We got Lovely Montana playing Silent Hill. We got Lovely Love just playing Claire Obscure. What DC character do you think John Bernthal could play? That's a good question, actually. Honestly, Rick Flag. I can see that. Tequila is playing Street Fighter. Who would John Bernthal play? I can see him as like, I don't know. Good question. One of the shooty shoots, you know, like a Deadshot. I can see him as like a Deadshot. All right, we're gonna raid. Lunity's playing. Oh damn! Hold on, somebody who needs a raid. Bradtastic. I was thinking Deathstroke. I can see it. Nice, dude. I can see it. All right, we're gonna raid Bradtastic. Everybody who's here, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for that raid earlier. Oh no. Wait. Gracie Teal. That's right. Everybody here, I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you for hanging out. I really love this game and I love Resident Evil. We're almost done. We're almost through it. Take that, Moist Critical. Bradtastic Ninja. Right now he's playing Crash Bandicoot, a classic. All right, everybody. Mwah. Oh, wait, a few seconds. Let me snooze that. Bye. Bye, everybody. I need like a sign-off song. We got... All right, bye. Fuck off. No. Good night.